episodes, please head over to Spotify and Apple Podcasts. Leave us a review. That really, really helps the show out more than you could imagine. And please like, comment, and subscribe to the YouTube channel. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, this is such a heavy but good, and it's just an awesome episode. It brings a lot of good. And where did the influence to join the military come from?
So my buddy John Devine, which I don't know if you know Divine Canines, he does a lot of good stuff out there. We literally grew up across the street from each other. I'm not sure if you knew that.
I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
we were best friends growing up, like literally best friends. To this day, we have childhood memories of running around the neighborhood with each other, playing paintball, playing tag, management, all those things. Like, that was us. And so we had a beautiful relationship as children to be able to interact at that level. And I remember one day we were walking down the road, and he kind of mumbled something like, "Oh, there's these guys that are like the tip of the spear that are like super awesome, and my dad's friend knows them, and he knows a guy that's one of those dudes." And I was kind of like, "Wait a minute, what are you talking about?" You're like, "Say that again." He's like, "Yeah, there's like Navy SEAL guys, and that's kind of where it started." But for whatever reason, that's why I can recall the moment like it was yesterday, because I was like, "What did you just say? What is that? I want to know more about that." And so he kind of explained in whatever child way he would, right? Probably expounding and exaggerating in like 10 different areas. And I was hooked from that moment, and I wanted to know more. And so he kind of contrived, or put together some kind of ideas about who these guys were. And I think our next trip was to the library, shortly after that, where they had like 2 books, in the library on Navy SEALs. It was like, one was like a picture book and one was like the history of Vietnam. It was like very super, super simple. Now you can't even keep up with them. But it was also that beautiful moment of pulling those books out to be like, whoa, this is it. This is what we wanted to find. And, it was like a treasure to be able to find that thing and look through those pictures. And I think from that point on, it was a continued formation in our hearts to put pieces together about why that was important and why we wanted to do it. Mental, tactics, survival, that was all kind of natural to us. And we would go down the end of the road and surf torture each other, for hours on end. We'd go to the local pool and try to drown each other and tie each other up. I mean, it was the documentary on the Discovery Channel, right? I think it was the old one, the first one, the one where they're mowing down everything with the 60 in the woods, right? The branches are breaking, and that would just drew me in from the warrior perspective. Now that I look back on it today, there was something in my heart that just needed that to be a part of my life. And I wanted to be at that high level of engagement, knowing that we were going after bad guys. After, good and evil was very clear to me at that point. And so getting rid of what was bad, being the best that you could, made sense. And so in a childlike manner, from that point, we kind of just imitated as much as we could, as much as we knew how, ultimately until it became, reality. And again, that's why I'm always fascinated. And you said it earlier. I forgot.
Looking to make some noise? You've come to the right garage.
Just to reality. And that's a crazy thing.
Busy
Really
day.
take ownership of it. And so this is another example of us, God allowing
Be a
us
good
to
neighbor
manifest
and
in
don't make
reality.
too much noise
And
after
so
hours.
we made a bet with each other. We were sitting on the front porch, we were playing with G.I. Joes, and I looked him in the eye and I was like, "I'm gonna bet you that I become a secret."
Thanks, Peter.
Deal. And we shook on it. It was $50. $50.
Here's a good one.
And we had that deal going for so long, and I gave him such a hard time for that deal.
Excellent.
And he eventually got in there. And it was an interesting relationship when he didn't make it the first time.
You'll like this.
He's got a really interesting story as well, just from the standpoint of like what he had to do to get there the second time. And it was really crazy. I mean, he had to beg, borrow, steal, and he did everything in his power to get to it. But that was his determination. He eventually made it. And we kind of had a little bit of a lull there because it was like this awkward, like, I love you, brother, but what's going on? And I think he was a little bit just wrapped up in himself about why things happened the way they did. But then eventually when he made it, it was like, boom, we just sparked like, dude, you made it. We fulfilled, we're two best friends growing up across the street from each other, and then you made it, I made it, and here we are,
Were you guys, were you in the same class together?
We were not in the same class.
No?
We never deployed with each other.
Okay.
We never did. I mean, that would have been beautiful, right? It was like one of those things that would have been epic, right? Best friends going battle. But we never deployed together.
So did you go right into the teams?
Yes. So when I was in pre-boot camp, MEPS, whatever, you know, they put the choices in front of me, and I was just like, I want the shortest possible school to get to Buds. And like, all right, well, it's this parachuting school. I was like, okay, cool. Go down to Pensacola. Did that for, I think it was like a 6 to 8 week school, super short. And I crushed myself down there, you know, really putting out, making sure I stayed in shape, learning new methods. I mean, I was doing all the weird things, breathing out of my nose the whole time, trying to sprint, and, you know, all the crazy stuff that we try to do. And then I went right to Buds after that. And then that's where that started. That was 2001.
When did 9/11 happen? For you?
Right in the Buds classroom in first phase.
Do you remember it?
Yeah. I remember when they came in, they turned the TVs on. You know, I don't know if Eddie talked about it, but that was a surreal moment too. We're literally in Buds, and
What phase?
it was first phase. And I'm trying to think, were we in Heli? No, I don't think we were in Heli. Might have been post Hell Week. I can't remember the timing, but it was like right around that time. It was either in or the week after. And they turned the TVs on. It was just like, whoa, you know. We signed up for this before that happened. So that was, we just got, and now there was this reality that hit, and that's transcended throughout my military career. That right from that very moment, even though it was serious before, it takes on a different reality when you know it's real. You know, it takes on a different feel. That's part of why I'm so intimate with all the training and training that I do, because your life depends on it. And so now you know whatever you're getting ready to do in Buds, your life depends on it, literally. So don't screw up, don't make a misstep, because that's going to account for when you kick the door down with the guy standing next to you, which at that point was me and Eddie. You know, we went to Buds together, did everything together, you know.
Can you, I mean, what was said when they flipped the TVs on?
You know, I can't remember what exactly was said. I just know that, you know, the instructors don't just turn the TV on in the Buds classroom. That's not something you do. So it's like, okay, this is serious first and foremost. And it's almost like no words needed to be said. You know, that's kind of how I remember it. That might not be the case. Maybe somebody said, like, look at this that's going on in the world, or, you know, we just got hit with another plane. I could make words up. But the truth is I don't remember. It was just this solemn kind of reality kind of setting in. You know, you remember the Buds classroom, right? Like just sitting there, like on the desks, everything's quiet, nobody's moving. These two TVs are on, blasting this, you know, these planes hitting the towers, and we're just like, whoa, okay, game on.
Yeah.
You know, it's time to work.
I mean, it happened early in the morning. You know, not super early in the morning, but it was mid-morning.
Yeah.
And so, if you do remember, what shifted? How did training? It had to have shifted. I wasn't there yet. I just graduated boot camp, so I don't have a reference, but I would love to know how the mood shifted from pre 9/11 to 9/11. I mean, you're in one of the toughest military training programs in the world, to be one of the most elite operators in the world, and to be in at that time and to witness that shift. I'm very curious.
Yeah, I think it was just the reality and the weight. You know, you kind of get the feeling of the classroom was that nothing needed to be said. But then after the fact, you know, you have your buddies, we're still going through Buds. There's still a chance that, you know, that some guys aren't going to make it. And there's just this kind of like undertone, almost whispers like, is this really happening? Like, this is going down. And that means that if we just got attacked, then there's a high probability of us having to deploy immediately when we get to our team. Well, that wasn't the case. So I do think, you know, these phases are so different. First, second, third phase, all the way through your training, it's constantly shifting and adapting, and no one's the same. So it's hard to kind of contrast a baseline of what the mood would have been and what it is now. But I definitely think that what was carried throughout the entire thing is the fact that we all knew that we were going to war. You know, so when we did approach a training object, I don't know what BUD/S would have been like in second phase without knowing we weren't going to war.
Yeah,
you know what
point.
I'm saying? Like it was just, that was the reality for us. So I think that I would probably say, thinking about this in hindsight, our BUD/S class was probably where the spark started for a totally different vibe in there.
Yeah.
Because pre our class, 236, there wasn't a war going on. And so you were just going through, you wanted to be a SEAL. It was something that, you know, but then very stark contrast to that is that, boom, 9/11 hits, we're in the BUD/S classroom, and now everything's different. You know, so I wouldn't have known what it would have been like without it, but I do sense that throughout that time, we just recognized that this is real, you know, and that stayed true. You know, when I got to the team, I was like, all right, guys, we're sitting up there, you know, crazy to think about.
It is.
Really is.
It is.
I look at 19-year-olds now and I'm like, what are you doing? You know what I mean? Seriously. What do you got going on?
Yeah.
You know, it's sticking away from that. You know, I'd like to say that I'm still trying to figure out how to talk about stuff to say, which goes back to the housing and all that stuff.
Have your eyes adjusted to the dark yet, Raider? Let's go to the hospital. Right for the picking while most of Toledo is asleep. So my suppliers say that arc twice.
And so, like any good team guys, they always gauge who's good at what, you know, so they put you into that stuff. Who's doing what, who's ready urban assault. So, you know, we had some good team leaders, some good troop chiefs.
So happy to hear you guys were getting after it over there, but at the same time, it demoralized me.
Yeah.
Because I'm sitting in Europe on a booze cruise, chasing women, chasing booze, even bar fights, and wondering why I went through all the training that I did just to. It was like a frat. You know, I'm not gonna embellish or make it sound cool. It was ridiculous that we were even there. And I remember hearing the briefs. We would sit in and we would sit in, and it was, you know, our boys over in Afghanistan just killed a couple hundred in the airstrike with JTACs or calling airstrikes and stuff.
direct action technician. I had this great actions. That was my first stop ever. Down, and that's pretty much the up tempo that I kept throughout my first deployment. Was going to direct action type stuff. I had a couple of plugins, which is where the Humvee in front of me got blown up. You know, I had a piece of the truck hit me. You know, I thought it was us when it happened. But that story itself was like, man, we were going, we were patrolling, we ended up getting into contact every day. And thank goodness I had done a scout before that, so I didn't do scout. I was very adamant about, you know, making sure I knew how to use my objects and everything dialed in. I had which, you know, I think it helped in that scenario, but I also didn't like it for close to doing having a 50 like this. But from a perspective of the show, right over the rock, like clear as day. He grabs the RPG, goes right like this, he props himself up, and I'm like, that's when I dropped this, whatever the heck was in my hand, I swung the 50 cal, and I did that quick, like, okay, there's the rock, there's the spot, there's the dark spot in the mountain. I did this like twice, and I dropped it and just swung it right over and tried to just start putting fire down. So I didn't even say anything. You know, what I said was, my 50 cal's talking now. And everybody else in the convoy was just, that spot just got lit up. And eventually an A-10 came back, which was beautiful, by the way. It was my first ever. You know, A-10 coming to the rescue, dropping, you know, artillery on it, but, or air support. But that was a cool experience. And so that was really the first time I got into contact.
That was your first engagement. How long did it last?
I would say that firefight from us, you know, the lull pretty much happened until we couldn't really see it. At that point, we started. I saw before it was going to happen. Before that guy clicked the RPG, I was able to get my 50 cal up, and I actually. When I aimed a lot lower than I thought I needed to because I wanted everything to just blast up in his face. I wanted whatever little ricochets or whatever fragments of rock were just going to explode up into his face and get him to at least respond. You know, so I wasn't looking to like put the bullet in his chest. So that at least got him to respond. And then maybe even after that, he might have ducked back behind the rock. You know, but all the stuff going up there after the fact.
Go to the Santa Maria houses.
Next day. But that was my go-to there for was getting there to pop up and get caught. So, yeah. I don't know how long it lasted. I would say, if I had to guess, I would say 7 to 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Maybe. You know, just constant fire up there. Because I didn't want him to pop his head back up either.
Who confirmed it? Was it you guys? Did you guys go up and...
No. It was whatever crew went in there the next day. Whatever conventional crew went in there to do this week.
Yeah.
So
would that have been the brief that I got? I mean, this is literally 20 years ago. You know? So, and I just remember hearing how many airstrikes you guys were calling. And I was happy, jealous, but it sounded like it really did.
Even that Humvee in front of me, that we lost the guys, and then the guy who was that was the first dude that I ever operated with, spoke with, broke bread with, cleared with, that we lost. I wasn't looking to happen. He got hit by an IED, traveling through, one of the operations, and he was kind of more of a fluid position. I couldn't tell you what he was doing, but he was on a fluid position, so he'd come with us, go with this other force, and that was when we lost him. That was the first emotional, just was eating with that guy. Was literally just sitting down with that dude. You know, funny, life, you know, bringing life to the party. You know, really just kind of set him apart as us all kind of realized, oh, okay, we're here. You know, and Pat Tillman too. Like that was separate. That was more of like a separate thing.
just wanted to say that because it's important. A lot of people deal with loss, and nobody has more experience on how to do it than the few of you guys over there.
It definitely, even hearing you, say it back, I think I live with it in a very interesting way, and I don't really have all the answers exactly how I move forward with it. I mean, I've got a lot of ways and a lot of methods and prayer and all the things that I've tried to do. Just stop and think about it, it can crush me if I let it, But I have done my best to try to use it for the better of the world. What is Lewis going to be proud of? What is all the guys that I've ever lost going to be proud of for? Adam looking at me right now as a Christian. Would Adam be okay with me the way I'm acting as a Christian? Or am I being lukewarm? All the men that I got to fight with, spar with, I mean, it is kind of surreal in the sense of
Let's go to the Santa Maria houses.
has allowed me to experience. And there is beauty from it all. And I think that's the key thing. Is having those experiences, knowing that this life is not forever, and really using them to the best of our ability. But it was heavy when it was happening.
When I first started this whole podcast, and now most of you already know this, but I'm selling Vigilance Elite gummy bears online. We actually have an entire merch collection that's coming soon. And let me tell you, it is so easy because I'm using a platform that is extremely user-friendly, and that's Shopify. Shopify is the global commerce platform that helps you sell at every stage of your business. What I really like about Shopify is it prompts you all the things that you want to do with the web store, like connect your social media accounts, write blog posts, have a blog in general. Shopify actually prompts you to do this. You want people to leave reviews on your site? You can do that on Shopify. Shopify helps you turn browsers into buyers with the internet's best converting checkout, 36% better on average compared to the other leading commerce platforms. Shopify is a global force for millions of entrepreneurs in over 175 countries and power 10% sponsored by BetterHelp. It's getting close to New Year's, and every New Year's we get obsessed with how we can change ourselves rather than just expand on everything that we're already doing. Maybe you finally organized one part of your space and you want to tackle another. Or maybe you're taking your supplements every morning and now you want to actually eat breakfast too. Whatever your goals for the new year are, therapy helps you find your strengths so that you can ditch the extreme resolutions and make changes that really stick. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. Even if you've added some new routines in there. Just fill out a brief questionnaire and get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit BetterHelp.com/Sean today. 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/Sean. All right, Dom, we're back from the break. You just wrapped up your first deployment. Now you're back at SEAL Team 2. And so I just want to continue with your story.
What's up, man?
Yeah, so that deployment, like I said, the contrast of what you gave me, of really putting in the perspective of what the dudes didn't get to go over there and do what we did, makes me really more grateful about what we did. And that deployment was definitely engaging. You know, we did a lot of different dynamics throughout that deployment. And troops in contact, the IED situation that happened with the Humvee in front of me, and a lot of other engagements that I ended up getting in. But then, also, I also went through a divorce on as well, because I was here.
Head home at the northern station.
Through civil court, you know what I mean? I just did the whole going to the courthouse. It really came down to, you know, a situation where I was living with somebody, and we were young, and we were trying to figure this out, and trying to contemplate what's right and what's wrong. And I had good guidance on what to do, which is why I didn't really help out. But really, like, money became an issue, and we needed BAH. So it seemed like the right thing to do. But I'm like, oh, well, if we're in the military, we're married, which, by the way, you know, like, the advice about situations, like, don't do it just for money. Don't do it because of these things. Put your faith in the determination, because this is why these things didn't happen. So I ended up working through a divorce on a radio phone, sitting in a fob, you know, overseas. So that was something I was just dealing with kind of on the side, kind of trying to put it in its place. But things got very challenging there as well.
So divorced at 19.
Yeah, with 19. Yeah, I think like the official route, everything was going through.
Yeah.
But I was working through that process.
Wow. Wow, I did not know that either.
Yeah. Just another thing that I learned from it. You know, after that deployment ended, because it had come up before, like it was kind of sparked. So I think coming back from that deployment started to allow me to prepare for that mindset. When I got in a relationship, you know, I lived as a single teen life for a while. I was trying to figure out where I wanted to go after that. But my heavy focus started to come to going to the command. And that really, that got me a lot of inspirations. I go, I have to really do something to look forward to, you know.
I got a question. Why do you call it the command? Why don't you call it DEFRA? Why don't you call it officers?
I just think it's good. I tend to.
Train arrived. Doors opening shortly.
You know, I don't think that's a problem. So if I'm the catalyst or the spark that draws unnecessary attention, then I don't want to be that guy.
Gotcha.
And so I think out of the nature of my conversations, I've always just brushed it off. You know, I've always just been like, you know, we can talk about other things. You know, it's a great time while I was there. And I know that there's a back and forth about what's out there, what's not out there, what they've released, what they haven't released, and that's a whole like political and cluster in itself. Like I barely even understand it still to this day. So I tend to just be more protective of talking about stuff.
It's
like that.
understandable. Just curious. A couple of questions before we move on. Previously, you had mentioned, and I got this a lot too in my career, was you should feel lucky to be here. You need to earn it. What were the things at the time?
Situation because I didn't really have any other experience to go off of, and I kind of had to trust what they were saying, I believed it. I mean, I believed in the contrast of our time that there wasn't much going on elsewhere in the world. We were in the right spot. We were in combat operations. When you're actively you're actually going on operations, it's easy to
Let's go to the Santa Maria houses.
Right. Very lucky and blessed to be in these situations. As far as earning your way, I think that goes along with proving yourself. You know, selection and training is something that I talk about a lot. And I think that the selection and training process is a beautiful thing for anything that you do. In fact, I don't think it's done enough in a lot of cases. But the selection that you went through, the training that you went through, ultimately allows you to get to the point where you or reached a level of trust within an area of your life. You know, when we're linking up with other team guys, for the most part, in combat, you can kind of figure that he's got some base level of knowledge of knowing how to clear a room, knowing how to take care of himself, willingness to fight, and he's not going to quit. Right? That's kind of like a base level. Well, without the knowledge and the proving and the earning and the getting to that point, you don't really have it. So I think that that's important to recognize in the sense of when we say we're lucky and we had to earn to get to this point, we have to realize what that is. And I think that the selection and training absolutely puts guys in the right place. Like I was talking about before, really nice, or else you wouldn't be able to put something like the command or dev group together and to get guys to be that precise, that surgical, that pointed, you know, to put this guy with this bullet right here and now. You know, that's incredible. It's like a mini miracle every time it happens. You know, so there's something to be said for that selection and training.
Resonating. And we have two different perspectives here because you went right away. It took me in a cycle to actually get the opportunity to go to combat. But I'm always irritated when people would say that to me because, you know, I am joined to fight for my country. And I had always felt, I mean, the community is the one that gave me the opportunity to be here and to go to war. And I always kind of took it as an excuse on why we're not there. You know, it irritated a lot because, you know, it's a lot of training. It's a year, 6 months of us if you make it the first time, then SQT, which is what, 4 months, then jump school, which is another month. Then if you show up at the beginning of the cycle, you have another year and a half before you have a before you ever get the opportunity to go to war or on a deployment. And then you get on deployment and it's, well, you gotta earn your way. It's like, man, I've been here for 2.5 years now and I'm ready.
One thing that sticks out to me was a common phrase that we heard, and it's like, you can't chase it. You can't chase the war. That stuck with me. Because there's a sensibility that has to be brought to it. That you were put in the right spot for the right reasons at the right time. And so you kind of deal with the element throughout that experience. So I think that's not chasing it, not letting things evolve is something that's true. Because there is some places where you end up being at that team, that's what you know. start getting political that I decided to, you know, stay home. And even then, the guys were still going out because that was when Extortion 17 happened. But I think that there's obviously an element of there would be frustration if I didn't get to go do what I wanted to do. And then there's a level of joy that I get with being like, I do want to fight for freedom. I do want to go after bad guys and protect my nieces and nephews and all of our children here at home. Freedom, man, freedom to me is taken on a whole new level at this point in my life, but I still understood it then, like what freedom was. We have the ability to go do all these great things in our country. How do I be a part of protecting that? So when you're training, living anything about it. You know, I'm literally watching the guy dig on the road and plant IEDs, and you're telling me that nobody's going to go? What? I mean, that was probably the most pissed off I've ever been overseas in the top, you know, in the command center, watching this happen, looking at everyone in the blank faces, like, we're not going to do anything. Who do we need to call? Oh, he's sleeping. We'll wake him up, you know?
Go to the Santa Maria houses.
Those things still go on today at a micro level and at a large level. And I think that it's just a circumstance, and we have to pray and ask God, like, why did I go through that circumstance? Why was that my path? Yeah. And again, oftentimes when we're put down a path where we don't do what we expect to do, or it doesn't turn out, it's because God was either protecting us or guiding us something much, much greater. You know? Yeah, so after the first deployment, you know, I really started to hone in on how to be better at these skills and what I needed to be prepared for. You know, being in combat and then coming back and really being able to organize what we did well on the deployment, like, that made training even more intense. So if we didn't take it seriously in bugs when they said somebody just attacked us, and if we didn't take it seriously actually being in combat, like, then you're getting back to it and be like, okay, we almost got it.
Closing rails, reruns, go, Forklift, spin the chargers.
We lost a guy, you know, our training was ramped up even further. I think that's when Safety 2 really started to like get good at what they were doing. And then my
Let's go to the Santa Maria house.
Hey, what's a possibility for you? You can go screen. I was like, really? I can go screen? You know, and how old I was when I actually decided to screen. It was like 22, maybe 21. I'm 21 early 22. That's very fun. About when is what, so I apologize if I'm not completely accurate there. But it was around that time I started to screen, and I put a lot of my focus and energy into trying to figure out what I wanted to do. And my troop chief looked right at me and said, "You're probably not going to do it. You know, you only got one deployment. And so I kept the process going. And that's when the workup started happening. I didn't actually go and do the screen before I came back to my second deployment. At the start of the process, for me. I actually get to go do it for me. Together, you know.
You were okay. I know where you were at. So, how? So I was supposed to go to Then, second point, I was gonna go and do that. It was the MI6 was that course on Utah. This is the same. But interesting. Do you not want to talk about it still, or?
Yeah, I just don't know what they've released and what they haven't. I don't want to go down a road that I'm putting myself in a weird spot. But it was an amazing experience in the sense of like I'm boots on the ground. I'm outside of like really bad guy territory, taking videos and doing surveillance and photos.
I mean, it's a total 180.
100%. That was the greatest part about it. Is that I was literally kicking the door in, and now I'm having to sit crunched in a little trunk with my MP5 sitting right next to me, clicking photos as fast as I can while this guy comes out of the door. But I do, and I did enjoy surveillance, and that's what kind of brought the everyday carry, concealed kind of lifestyle to life to me, to realize like, oh, I actually still need to be able to go do a direct action, but I need to just look like I do it for somebody. And that's why I was like, this is how you carry, where you carry, where you place stuff in your car, what are the tactics in a storm? How do we as two men clear a building? How do you go on the other side of the block and get contact and you come help? we're not supposed to be seen. Like, that's really cool stuff to me to think about. And to this day, that's why I wanted to, like, I always say that my mission statement is to build the Iron Man suit that you can't see. You know, like, I want to be capable, but you have to be, you know. And so that deployment was really cool in the sense of really engaging with the bad guys at another level, another layer. Like,
That is something that not a lot of SEALs get to experience. A mission like that. That's me personally, in my short career at the SEAL teams, that was probably my favorite thing that was that. It was just very unique compared to what everybody else was. At what point did you go to sniper school?
that was in the middle of my first assignment, somewhere in there. And that was one of the schools where I wanted to go to sniper school my whole childhood. It was like a dream come true, actually, being a sniper. He was my shooting buddy, so we had such a blast. And I went to sniper school with Adam Brown. You know, he was actually in the class leader in sniper school. But Josh and I, man, there was a beautiful story of us going through sniper school. It was in the midst of the first assignment deployment, and it was one of the best schools to this day.
Oh, heck. You find anything? I'm sorry? Actually, I'm looking for a blueprint for medium gun tools. That's what I really want. I have like nothing on me. I'm just running back and forth and trying to farm that silly thing. Nope. You do have one? You want to trade? I mean, oh, you came it that way. I got it. Now you got it. Mission quest. And we can get out.
slept, trying to get stuff dialed in. And the one cool story that I have for Josh and I is that, kind of like I talked about in the very beginning, was like the relentlessly seeking truth piece, is that we were after the truth. And we knew we were going to deploy together, which, by the way, we had just deployed together.
Let's go to the Santa Maria houses.
And so this the contrast now, even talking about this and thinking about, Josh and I knew that we were probably going to have to go on an op together and shoot somebody. And so the reality kind of took a different level into us. And when everybody's calling win, when you start playing games about who's calling win and reading your own win and then not trusting your buddy, there's a really cool dynamic there. And we knew a lot of people at one phase where you have to go over this bump, it's like a turning corner, because it's like a turning point. And most dudes are getting frustrated with their win caller because, and so they were calling out a win. I would say 50% of the guys were like, I'm just going to call my own win, and it is, bang, boom, hit. So what happens is the breakdown in trust with your win caller and your shooter starts to break. Because he's not getting a real-time feedback to swing up. So Josh and I had this middle point where we were like almost throwing blows with each other from the firing line. Like Rob Hooks getting tossed. Are you kidding me? Like my score is at stake. And we were so pissed that one time we gotta figure this out. Everybody else was out of the classroom. We were the only ones left in there. And we were literally like mad silent. Drawing stuff on the white, getting clear paper, putting stuff up. Why does this keep happening? You need to get better at this, you need to get better at that. We did that for a few months in a row, and we slowly started to see progress. And all of a sudden, towards the end of the marksmanship portion of it, we started to really focus this one with Josh being like, every single time he's hit the black. Every single time I'm hitting the black. So we had this game with that valley together, but we really trust each other to keep doing the right thing. And then, boom, we're at the top now. Oh, you know what I mean? Like every shot, like I can just see it. We would have this unwavering trust to make sure that they were calling a win. Because we were getting ourselves in situations where it wasn't as clear. They were just on the spot line, control environment, you can see all the markers, the flags. But now you're going out where there's nothing to call in. And now you're like, wait a minute, like, where's the thing? So this is where he owns that environment. Let him be immersed in that environment, while I'm being immersed by taking the shot. And of course they go hand in hand. You learn that. It's the trust that process exists. Really quickly realized, like, hey Josh, what is this? He's like, you know what? I just saw something else. I think you're right. Let's go 3 1/4. Boom, take the shot. So it was like this process that happened. But the reason I get so excited about that is because we got top shooting pair, you know. And I think that because we were willing to throw blows, we found the truth of what we were supposed to do. So anyway, that was sniper school. And then being able to battle ground too. The other story I have from sniper school is that it still haunts me to this day in a good way. But I was late for class, and I look at Adam Dunn, he was like, "You're late for this class." And it went right through me, the way he looked at me, like disappointing, because he was reporting to the instructors, and he was really pissed, really pissed. Like to the point of he didn't talk to me. And I was just like, I'm just pissed off. Just, you know, still trying to learn who Adam Dunn is, and just working for me. We ended up reconciling. We had a long conversation afterwards. I told him I was sorry and I apologized. And he gave me a brotherly correction. He was like, hey man, you screwed up. You were late. Shouldn't have done it. I'm like, I know. And we grew from it. So those are the two coolest stories I have from Sniper School.
Yeah, I had I got the opportunity to go to, you know, at Timothy and myself, and in the lead up to it, and after that car accident on that deployment. But man, just another phenomenal, unwavering values. You know, it was unfortunate because I didn't appreciate it as much as I should have.
some people. But when you look at his wife and his children and you talk about them, it's like, hey, this guy has got it together, or at least he's trying the best that he can. And the perseverance that he showed, even with losing his eye, you know, after the fact, he's like, he wasn't going to stop it. He's the only dude I know that went to sniper school. You know, he's the only dude that I know that went to the commando program. You know, and being a green team, you know, is this guy going to be able to do this for 3 months? And his attitude and mindset and tenacity is what carried him through all of this. And he did whatever he did. That's a hard book for me to read. I can't even get emotional. But Shannon Brown, you know, he was a warrior for Christ. And one thing that I would change about our relationship is I would have went right back and, you know, dude, we gotta talk about you. Let's dig into it. You know, what can we do? And I'm sure we have time in school and talk about it. But
Hey, can you hear me? Oh my God. Yeah, I can hear you just fine now. I'm glad you remembered me. Yeah, mine pitched like 6 hours ago. I could never tell who I just played against, or it's annoying. So yeah. So, but yeah. Um. Uh, anyways, did you want to trade that medium gear blueprint? Okay. Okay, that'd be great. I mean, anything I can give you, dude. I hate to be a, yeah, hate to be a bum, but oh, you're about to do the expedition thing or whatever. Okay, I got you. Oh, okay. Um, well, do you want? What do you want to go into the map real quick? Actually, the biggest thing I want is a medium gun part blueprint. That would make my day. That's been holding me up. I've been farming it all. I usually miss. Usually I'm asleep at this time of night, but oh well. um, I have one of those already, but thank you. You have a Tempest blueprint? Okay. I have a patina. Plus, yeah, I can buy it from the vendor. Try to think here. Do you have the Ventura, the pistol, yeah, Venator? Yeah, that'd be, if you have a blueprint for that, that'd be great. Sure. I think I don't have that one. You see, I'm saving blueprints. I play with my grandson, and he's 12, so I'm trying to help him out. You know, my wife's like, "Why do you do that?" I said, "Well, because little bastards can be mean. He gets out there, kids are 12, and they can be really mean." So I play with them that way. You don't hear all the, you know, the language, and I said some of these guys are punks. So I try to protect them from all that. That's why I have to play the video games where there's just, you know, that sounds terrible. Hell, I've been playing video games since I bought an Atari in the early '80s. So yeah, my grandson plays the VR. I haven't tried it, but I will say certain things. I think, like for instance, I used to tell people Civ 3 was probably the most complicated civs. Just like the Europa Universal came out, like, I want to say 2007. A lot of people were turned off by it because it was too complicated, so they had to dumb it down. So I used to play a lot of those. But yeah, I mean, I remember playing Doom when you could only look left and right. There was no up and down aiming. You know, I tell folks one of the funnest games I ever played was Wolfenstein: Return to the Keep. I want to say it's 1999 era. It was a lot of fun. But yeah, I love AI, so how it's changed the video graphics. I work for the patent office, and the CEO of AMD had a big discussion with us about AI and how they're trying to get in the forefront of it, because if they don't, someone else will. And there are a lot of questions asked about ethical questions, like, for instance, most data entry jobs will be eliminated by AI because AI could do all that. Even if you know, even I don't know if you found this, a lot of tech support jobs are AIs talking to you. You can recognize the voice. So it was just interesting listening to him speak and how he wanted to get ahead of stuff. There was a lot of defense industry stuff too, but we didn't talk about that. I guess we don't have the security clearance for that. So, but yeah, but it was interesting. But yeah, the graphics are fantastic. You can take cover now, because remember the old polygons, you couldn't cover behind anything, or you could shoot behind anything and hit the whatever you're behind. Now you can do that. Like, see Fallout New Vegas, you can't hide behind cover and shoot, for instance. Or in Fallout 4, you can. I have never played 76, so I don't know about that one. So I'm trying to play games on the Xbox with my grandson. Like I said, yeah, I used to play Contagion with him. I don't know if you've heard of that game. It's a zombie shooter, but it's I think 12 people can play co-op in that. But you can't kill each other. But if you do, you can get kicked off the server. You know, there's all these black marks. But it was a lot of fun. But it turned sour after about 10 years of being out, and then, you know, it got full of a bunch of Chinese players, and they're real bastards. So, and Killing Floor was actually a lot of fun. I don't know if you ever played that one. I mean, once you got leveled up on everything, it's like, yeah. But it was a lot of fun, though. I'll give it credit for that. But no, I think games have come a long ways. So we'll see the next generation where they're incorporate AI into the computer opponent. It's gonna get nasty, probably. Yeah, you know, if you play like the grand strategy games, the computer is predictable, but with the AI implemented into it, it may not be so predictable anymore. So we'll see. But what about yourself? Okay. Yeah. Ba- yeah, Battlefield was a blast. I remember that one. Yeah, that was a good. That one. Elder Scrolls. That was a lot of fun. But yeah, yeah, it's come a long ways. I have to say. Oh, are we? Are we? Oh, sorry, never mind. So talking to myself. But yeah, it's just interesting. Uh, we'll see. Like I said, actually, my grandson likes to play Roblox, and that seems pretty primitive to me, but they have fun. So I wish I could meet her who he's in there with him sometimes because I'll hear all kinds of crap. I'm like, you know what? I was in the army for a long time and I served in Iraq and I know all the nasty language, but these kids are pretty bad. If I could reach through the TV and slap them, they need to be slapped for how they run their mouth sometimes. So, and like I said, my grandson, he's 12, so he's sensitive. So, well, thank you, man. So, yeah, I have a lot. I was working with the team earlier today, and I was trying to tell them, guys, space out a little bit. One guy advances, one guy watches, and one guy turns around, watches everyone's ass. And we were not trying to fight anybody, but we were going through the test annex and the dam, and shit, everyone's in ambush mode. We killed everybody, but I was like, yeah, they're acting like idiots. They're not coordinating their attack with each other. I mean, one guy popped. We got 3 guys popping him. He was dead instantly. So I was like, just keep your. Hmm? Yes, I do, and I've tried to. I know they attacked us, so I don't know if we get like a self-defense point or what, or if you kill them, you get an aggression point. I don't really know. Yeah, that's why I was under that impression too. So I was like, yeah, because their guys, they didn't want to get shot. So it's like, well, yeah. I had one kid, he shot me when we were doing solo, and I ran off and I stopped, put my hands up, hey dude, he shot me again. And I ran. He wasn't very good because he didn't kill me. And I ran off, and then dumbass followed me again, and I had to kill him because he wouldn't leave me alone. I was like, he's that open mic going. So just back off, dude. I'm just getting loot. So yeah, I heard that the aggression. So a couple of guys I played with, they're nice guys, but they're pretty aggressive. Like, yeah, I let them do all the killing. I just kind of shoot people once or twice and they run off. So yes, uh, I have a muzzle break 1 and 2. I don't have the third. No, I have the third one. No, I have the compensator on the third. I don't think I had the break on the number 3. Yes. Yes. Yes, I have that one. No, I do not have that one. Yes. Yes. No, I don't. Yeah, no, I don't have that one. But sure. I got quite a few blueprints, and like I said, I've been stacking them up. Like I said, trying to hook up my grandson. So is he still okay? I'll make sure I have that. Let's see here. It's I'm most appreciative. Six and 10. Yeah, I was having kind of fun. The guys I was playing with earlier, because they're asking me about, 'cause I served in, I enlisted right after 9/11. I was a mechanical engineer, but I enlisted in the infantry. That was an interesting life experience, to say the least. I remember I got a Humvee. We're doing what they call our 525s, where you get out and you kind of walk around the Humvee and you're looking for mines or IED, any type of explosive. And we'll pick spots where they, of course, where they like to put those things. And there was a guy hiding up in the building. Probably he had an AK-47, probably the length of his range, and he took a shot at me. And he clipped my arm, my left arm. He just clipped. He went through my cigarettes, and oh, I haul ass that Humvee so damn fast. But yeah. Yeah, there's a lot going around. I tell people, a lot of folks who deployed to Iraq, a lot of them didn't even leave the FOB. FOB is a forward operating base because they're support staff. And to be honest, they only had a few really infantry units that could go out. And we did 18-month deployments, which is, I used to give the Marines a hard time because they only did 6 months. But after I did 18 months, the Marines were looking after their guys a whole lot better than the Army was looking after us. Because after 18 months, my wife was a stranger to me almost. It was just strange after being gone for so long. I even had the MI guys we worked with. We got there, they were there, and they go for 3 months at a time. And they had that 1 more month, and then they left. And then they go home for 6 months, and they come back, and they went back to us again. Then they left. Then they came back to us again. The guy's like, God damn, they going to send you home one of these days? So, but yeah, we finally got relieved. So we had 47 killed in action and 120 wounded in action. So they finally relieved our battalion. What would you do with the guitar in this game? I have no idea what that is. Oh, I have like $500,000 in this thing. Well, no, bring it. I'll give it to my grandson. He needs cash. Now, do I need to have an empty container? Yeah. 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 22 slots and then 24 slots total. With a secret, and then 3 of the augmented slots for diamonds. No, I have a whole bunch too. I can manufacture them, so I've already actually made a couple for my grandson to use. So, and my daughter's like, "Well, what are you doing that for?" So. Okay. Do I need to bring some ammo? Yeah, I'll bring anything major here. Okay, gotcha. Let me make sure I bring a hash key just in case I've been. I think let's see, make sure I'm good here. Adrenaline, yeah, give me some more adrenaline. I forgot, I don't have a few in there. Okay. I got 10 adrenalines. All right. What city do you want to play? What map do you want to do? Okay, that sounds fine. I like very because I don't really get a lot of. I rarely have ever get any player on player there. Oh. Damn, half the time. And the ridge, or the blue whatever ridge. I don't actually. I can't really. I've only been shot once there, I think. And the same for Stella Monas. I think I've only been shot once, but I don't remember anyone shooting me over at Buried Ridge outside of a team play. Okay. About 200 rounds. Gotcha. 100 rounds, no guns, 10 adrenaline. All right. Yes, I am. Right now, this is my favorite one right now. I usually don't play third-person shooters, but I've been thoroughly enjoying this game. Before that, I usually do strategy games. You know, I've played the Total War games. I never played the Warhammer ones, but I did the Rome and the Medieval one, but those are all pretty old now. Paradox is fine, but they're not that good anymore. They've actually gone downhill, I think, with their Europa and their Hearts of Iron. They've kind of gone downhill with their grand strategy. So, and Civ's gone downhill too. Civ has gotten boring to me. Doesn't really do anything anymore. So, which one? I know I haven't played it. A lot of folks say it's a pretty good game, but I haven't tried it yet. So, yeah, I mean, Crusader, I have a good friend, he plays it, he loves it too. So, because I guess Crusader feeds right into Europa, if I remember right. So. Am I full already? Come on, I can't be full. Let's see. Oh. Let's see. Medium gun parts. Let's move that. Oh, you got a lot of defibrillators in there.
Highway overpass hatch.
I don't really need a whole lot of defibrillators. I got. Let's see here. Yeah, I want to drop some defibrillators real quick. Alright, see. Oh, I think that's it. Oh, I'm encumbered? Damn. Let's see. I don't need. Second here. Yes, I can hear you just fine. Do what? Oh, I'm just dropping. Oh, drop the adrenaline? Is that heavy? I thought the. Oh. Actually, I'm almost down. I just got. Now I have an Osprey. I got all these Berlettas I don't need. And whoever comes along behind us will go like, "Oh, thank you." I don't need all. I can make those things. Yeah, I'm at level like 52, so. Oh, I know. Come on. Okay. Gotcha. I see what you mean. All right, that's everything, I guess. I think I am. Yep, completely full. All right. I've got to go. Dude, that was extremely cool of you, man. You know, I found like the heavy gun parts, and when I say, hey, do you guys want that? I always give them away because I already have the blueprint. So I'm always trying to hook everyone else up if I can. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I said I woke up. I was asleep and I woke up. I'm trying to figure out. I need to go get some coffee though. My wife's gonna say, "What the hell are you doing, dude? Don't you got something better to do?" I said, "Nope." I'm just going through and learning everything real quick. Man, my grandson's gonna be most appreciative. Yeah, I was reading on that. And I was like, all right, well, I'm not remotely there yet. I'm still learning how to play the game. I mean, at least they let you reset your skills, which was a godsend, you know, because I kind of did that to make sure I knew, you know. All right, I'm all learned it up now. Ooh. All right, let's see. Yeah, I was talking to one of those guys. I was telling him how you need to upgrade his chicken to get all those free parts. So. Huh. Yeah, I'll give him the guitar. I don't know what he's going to playable tracks. All right. So it's like that recorder thing. I'll go back. But yeah, I'm sorry. Do you are you on a console or are you on PC? Yeah, I mean, my grandson, he wants PC too, but he has an Xbox right now. But I like the PCs better because I can, you know, all the mods you can do and so on. And I also like the keyboard. I mean, I grew up with the keyboard. I had too much arthritis to use the controller. I can't sit there and thumbstick all. It's too much for me. So I know you know, a lot of people can kill it though. Let's see here. Yeah. Let's see. I got. I'm sure I have everything set up here. If you mind if I ask what your name is? Mean it? Okay, I'm Scott. You know, S. Howell, Scott Howell. So I know I was trying. Someone else sent me a friend request too from somewhere. I'm trying to figure out how to get to it. Oh well, I'll figure it out later. But yeah, it's almost 7 o'clock here in my time. I'm in the Central Time Zone, so I'm probably gonna go have some coffee and kind of, I don't know what I'm gonna do yet. Listen to my wife gripe at me for being up all night playing video games. So, I'm probably I'm gonna have to log off. But next time I see you, man, I'll send you they invite the party or whatever. What do they call it again? Join a group? Yeah. But well, cool. Exit. I want to say thank you one more time. That was really stand up what you did. I do appreciate it. I'll try to pass on the love and it's the next person who asks me the same question. So, yeah. All right, man. Well, you have a good evening. What? I don't know. Are you in the U.S. or are you elsewhere? Okay. Oh, so you're in the Central Zone too. Yeah, I guess everyone's local because I was playing with from St. Louis, and the other one was from Mississippi. So, yeah, I guess they're all in the same, relatively close to one another. I know when I got in Contagion, there'd be like people from all across the globe. So, and of course, they hear my grandson. And that time he was 9, and they get all butthurt, saying, "Why is there some kid on here?" I was like, "It's all right, man. He's supervised." But most of the adults who had kids, they immediately, mellow out and they didn't do anything stupid. It was a lot of the foreign players can be real pricks. So in my dealings with in the pad office, it's kind of strange. The Koreans and the Japanese can be really nasty, or the Chinese are super polite, but they just really don't care because they're going to do it regardless of no patent or not. So. So I just know the Asian gamers aren't very, they're pretty cutthroat. How about that? I guess is what I should say. I don't say all of them are, but all the ones I've at least dealt with at the professional level are pretty bad. So, but anyways, you have a good day, man. All right, bye.
And
That's kind of how I felt about it too, That's so
and I
funny.
walked right into the some real estate office and just said, "Hey, I want to buy a house." And once again, you were the influence from that. How many properties did you own?
On the list is shown.
Back then?
At the time, I think it was about 3. And on my first deployment, I had bought the house. I bought it when I was 19. And, I had been doing research over there, and I remember paying rent and all those things that kind of worked up in my heart. I'm like, I don't want to pay rent to somebody else. We should own our house. And so I looked into what the details were that and did a lot of research. Honestly, the guy, Doug Gregory, right away. Right at 19 years old, right when I came to Virginia Beach, I met the guy, and he brought me to all these houses, and he just started kind of giving advice. And I was like, what are you doing this scenario? What are you doing this scenario? And we just had a great relationship. And he told me earlier on, he said, if you bought a house from me, he said, I will manage it for you if you end up renting it for 5%. So like a really low rate, you know, something that you couldn't even like say no to.
Yeah.
And so as a friend, he was like, I'll just do it for you, you know, and I was like, cool. I bought my first house, went to deploy again, and I was like, well, I might as well try this renting thing. You know, and when I did that, he took it over, and him and I worked really well together. I just kept doing that. I would deploy and buy a house, deploy and buy a house. And so to the point where I left Team 2, I think I was at 3 at that point, and then I bought my 4th before I went to band.
Oh my gosh. So you
And I just was like, this is easy. I realized that you could buy a house for a really low amount of money with all the closing and all the things that we did. And I actually never used my VA loan. And I did that on purpose because I knew these weren't my forever homes. You know, I knew I didn't want to lock my VA loan up into something that I wasn't going to be able to stay in. So I very strategically looked at smart loans that I could get on the house that allowed me to put a little bit of money down. And then everything has worked to that point of growing in equity and growing. And it's something that I did that just was having fun with on the side. You know, like all of us, it's something we want to do when we have free time. And for me, it was that. It was like, oh, cool, real estate. This sounds fun.
Yeah.
You know, I got a good buddy that's helping me out, and I saw the fruits in it right away. Because we were making money, and we started renting it, we were making a lot of money.
real estate empire, businessman. I mean, you really had your shit together, and I'm sure that paid off, or is still paying off. But let's move on. So, let's move on to going to Green Team. How was that? Where did it start?
So Green Team 06, that was right when I was picked up. And by the way, getting there is interesting because they told me that I wasn't going to my screen. I passed all the screening. I did everything right. Passed the physical, passed the mental, passed everything. And then I remember my troop chief came back and he said, hey, you didn't make the cutoff, because I was the youngest dude to sign. But I didn't really have my hopes up that much just because I knew how young I was. And I think about a week and a half later, 2 weeks later, he's like, hey, I need to talk to you. I thought I was in trouble. The way he said it. And so I went and sat down with him in the office, and he's like, hey, I got you good news. He's like, you were the last one to put in, 2 other guys dropped off, and I was able to help get you in the list. So at 23, I'm over here going with the Green Team.
Damn.
Yeah, I showed up to Gold Squadron when I was 23 years old. I remember looking at the board, the first thing I did when I got in the team room, is I was like, I wonder how many guys have got in here at 23. I went and looked at the board, and there was, I think the youngest guy was like 25 or 26, you know? And it was like mind-blowing. I was like, okay,
go to the South Tower. Head home at the northern station.
lives together, and she was the distraction, but she ended up being a beautiful distraction because she actually helped with a lot of what was going on in Green Team. She ended up moving down to Virginia, and all the way through that process, like I knew this is one thing about Green Team that will always stand out in my mind. I had a book I was supposed to read, Blink. And it was a great book. I had started, I was super fired up about it. And we had to read these specific books, you know, going through the training course. And I had the day come up where we were supposed to have read it all. And so I was smoked from training that day. You know, I literally came home, my clothes are soaking wet. I'd hand them off to her. She'd have dinner ready for me, you know, and I remember going to bed that night like, I gotta finish this, you know, and I think I got about halfway or 3/4 of the way through, and I just passed out. And I woke up with that like, I didn't finish the book, and I know I gotta leave in like 5 minutes, and she's sitting there at the edge of my bed. She's like, it's okay, I read it for you. It's like I knew right away. I was like, you are amazing. So she gave me the cliff notes on everything that was in the book, and I was like so pumped that day. I went in so squared away, like ready to talk about the book. But that was the instance she started to kind of help me too. You know? So having somebody that can help you through those difficult times is huge, and that was a moment that was for us. We'll always remember that.
Where did you meet your wife?
Where? In high school.
In high school?
Yeah. In high school, we dated in high school, and you know we were kids, so we were trying to figure it out like everybody else, and you know we really had a very, very, very strong bond earlier on, to the point like I think I told her I'm gonna marry you someday, and she kind of gave me like, yeah, okay, whatever, right? But we're kids, and so we kind of went on separate ways. We didn't really have a falling out or anything, and we sort of kept in touch. And then at one point, you know, when I was getting ready to screen from the Green Team, on my second deployment, I remember saying to myself, I gotta get this girl out of my head. I was like, I literally just have to stop forgetting about it, because it's never gonna happen. It's gonna be nothing that ever comes of this relationship. And then I believe it was 24 hours later, I went to check my voicemail, and there was her voice, after I had just said, like, God, you gotta get this girl out of my head. And she was like, hey, I was just checking in on you. And I was just like, what, am I hearing this girl's voice? And that's when I went home, went on the date, and then we've been together ever since. So it's nice to know somebody that long. You know, 'cause we know everything about each other. She knows everything about me, you know, from my childhood and on. So it is beautiful to have that relationship with her, you know?
Yeah, that's awesome. So what was, for those listening that don't know what Green Team is the training selection process to get into development.
Right.
And so what was your first impression on day one of Green Team?
That it was going to suck, and to be prepared for it to suck. You know, they're at the level where I try to explain to people every time you go up the selection and training process. Buds is kind of like, we know you're not going to quit after you get out. Well, now it's a higher level of thinking. Their expectations of you are higher, of your intelligence and how you apply different problem solving. And so for me, I was just going to do whatever it took to go through it and get through it, but that it was going to be very, very, very difficult. But at the same time, there were glimpses, kind of like going through CQB, that like, man, this is awesome. We're moving at a pace that we've never moved before. You know, this just feels different. So the training felt different, the environment felt different, and you know, everybody's trying to reach the same thing. You know, you're on a regular team, and you kind of got your decent shooters, and you got your guys that, you know, suck at shooting. You know, but in the Green Team, like, everybody's shooting it. Like, everybody's trying to, you know, reach a level of excellence. So that part I really enjoyed. I enjoyed that part about being around other people. And then having other guys in the rafters is always yelling at us and correcting us, because that means that I can improve. Any type of feedback that I'm getting means that I can improve. And I'd say Eddie and I, at the heat of really when Green Team and people get kicked out, him and I had these long days, and we would still get in the car, and I thank Eddie for this a lot, still get in the car and go drive to the gym that was 30 minutes down the road. Some guys are like, I have no idea how you're doing it. The instructors are like, you're crazy. You know, we'd show up and the instructors would be in there, and I don't even know how to do it. So there was just something in us, and Eddie's drive and my drive that just said, let's go. We're not working out specifically to gain strength, but we're running through the house, we're doing all these other drills, and Eddie always wanted to maintain that level of brute force. And that's something I always respected about him. He's like, you look at that dude, and he's like, that guy will crush you. You know, whether you're in the train or you're out in town. That's why me and Eddie became really good friends. We not only kicking doors down together, but we always relied on each other. So that was a level of like just another layer deeper that we went, which made it even more special. But I mean, those long runs and everything we did, I mean, it was a kick in the butt.
What did you find the most challenging for you personally?
In the Green Team specifically, I think the thing that was most challenging was the fact that you have the rope to hang yourself. So you have to be able to manage how far out you go, how far you push, because they'll let you fall off the cliff. And when you're in the house and you're really running, I like to ramp things up as much as I possibly can, and especially when I'm under that pressure and I'm being tested. Like I want to make sure I'm reaching the pinnacle and the apex of whatever's expected of me. So I think for me it was the challenge of trying to get to that point and finding out where the limit is. You know, of not going over the edge where I'm pissing the instructors off or I'm doing something that's going to get me in trouble. And you know, that kind of showed itself, you know, when we were clearing rooms and we were doing stuff, like it got really, really close. Like you have everybody's barrels, you know, so how far you go over that ledge is really up to you as an individual. So I think for me, it was just learning where that was in my maturity level, you know, being 23 years old, still trying. I mean, I was getting corrected by men often. Like, hey, dude, why are you doing that? And honestly, some of the things that I did that I look back and I'm like, I really have no idea why I'm doing that. Thank you for telling me, you know? That's a lot of what men need to hear. They go screw up, they trip over themselves, and thank God I was with guys that were bold enough to correct me. And that's really what a lot of the teams are, is being around other like-minded individuals that are leaning into this leadership. But I grew up a lot through Green Team. And again, I think the most challenging thing was the fact that I just didn't want to go over the edge and try to find that line. You know, that was the tough part. Everything about it was written on my heart. I mean, I was supposed to do, you know, the physical part of it, the mental part of it. I mean, if you told me I had to do that again, or even buds to be where I'm at now, I wouldn't even think about it. I would just go do it. I would just be like, okay, it's fun. Go do it. You know, because of the beauty that comes from that type of arduous training, you know.
How many guys were you in there with, approximately?
32, maybe, somewhere around that, I think.
How many made it?
Did you ask Eddie this question?
Probably.
Okay, well, maybe he's got a better answer. I honestly don't remember. I want to say it was a low number, maybe 17 or something.
Okay.
I'd have to go back and like look at the number. I'm not great with numbers like that, but.
What hangs most guys up? What gets them kicked out?
Complacency.
Complacency.
100%. I think that what I saw guys get kicked out for was they were pushing the limit, like I was saying, about finding the edge, and every time it felt like there was a level of complacency that was like, okay, I got this, and it would just bite him in the butt. It would just catch up to him, and like whatever it was. Clearing in the room, sweeping somebody you weren't supposed to sweep. One guy forgot his gun, didn't bring his gun to a training event. You know, it was just like,
That could be an issue.
You can't help but to feel bad. Like everything that you do just gets crumbled right then and there. Like you forgot your gun. Like you don't have your gun on the training event. So complacency, I think, was the biggest factor. As with anything that we do, going to the range right now, our biggest enemy is complacency. If you and I went to the range to go put some rounds down, complacency would be our biggest threat. Because we're in a position of confidence, we're in a position of knowledge, and now you have to steward that. Because if you don't, it can fly off the handle really quickly, you know?
Yeah. What's that process like? What did it feel like?
I think the culmination is kind of exactly what I talked about going up to the team room and looking at the board, of recognizing how young I was and walking into that, which felt like, you know, if I would equate it to anything, it would be like walking into the old Knights Templar, you know, lair, you know, in a dungeon that you've been thinking about your whole life, and you finally get to see it. You know, you walk in there to be like the history, the good that's been done here, the blood, sweat, and tears that have been put into this. To be a part of that now, and to know that your whole life is going to change because you've been accepted into this brotherhood and this way of living and this intensity. I think just again, it was just another layer of reality to me to be like, all right, it's game on. You know, we do things here that are different than everywhere in the world. You know, it's a finite portion of the people that get to do this, so it's just I was very grateful for it. You know, very grateful being able to graduate and get through that obviously calling back to the guys that, confided in you and believed in you and pushed you to do it. That was always a good phone call. Like calling my troop chief and be like, thank you. And I appreciate it so much. Because of you, I'm here because you allowed me to do this. He could have said no. And he could have told me, don't inspire. But all those guys, I think there was a tremendous amount of appreciation. The experience that I gained, what I was able to do, and the people that allowed me to do it.
Did you have an opportunity to request a certain squadron? No. How's that done?
No, I think that it's just done by where they need it. It's supposed to be, that's all it is. If one team's hurting more than the other, they're going to take these and try to split them up. Need it, obviously, very close. When we were close to our training, definitely strong on how they put guys in different places. I have a big line across. The tattoo I got from, which was in Milano. And I went to Rome.
You alright? Yeah, I'm gonna get the other door.
go to that location. Let's go to the Santa Maria houses. Go to that location. move to that location.
We're going a little bit aside from it here, but the why behind it is I know I have this cross that goes along this line on my back. I'm like, there's got to be somebody that's also paying attention to things that are important to us because even in squadrons,
Let's head home at the
symbols,
Eastern Station.
the logos, our emblems, everything that is there is a part of who you are, right? It's part of your identity. So I think that played a part into it as well. But then, you know, I can talk about that too, but it was pretty cool how there was a crossover and then getting into the squadron and looking on the wall and seeing the cross and how much faith was there. It was already there, you know, and how much it meant now, how much it means to me now, but how much I didn't realize it in my heart, how God allowed me to experience these things in that squadron with those things that are right there in front of me. Well, why is that the case? Why that happened? God's permissive will. You know, leading me to these things. But going in the team room and just kind of the weight of that discipline really
Yeah. You know, I'm glad you brought that up because when I interviewed Eddie, you know, and the good portion of that interview was about Eddie's faith and finding God and Jesus. And I brought up, you know, how my second deployment at Team 2, there was a lot of, we prayed before every op. It's completely foreign to me. We did not do that in my first platoon, probably because we didn't go on any ops, but there was no faith, there was no God, there was no Jesus, there was none of that. It was just debauchery. Then I got over to that platoon, and there was 180 degrees. And a lot of the people that I was in
Go to that
my
location.
second platoon
Go to that location.
would go as well. Eddie didn't put that together until I kind of brought it up. Maybe he just didn't want to verbalize it, but it's interesting how gold seemed to draw in men of faith and it seemed, I don't know much about it, you know, but looking at the outside, knowing right was part of that squadron, it seemed like that was very much the culture. Am I off on that?
I don't think so. If I were to look back at it and I would say that I saw it intentionally push that direction, I probably wouldn't have been able to point to anything. But hindsight now, there's a very clear purpose for why things have happened the way they are. I mean, you talk about me and Eddie, you know, me and Eddie kicking down doors together our whole career, and then, you know, being in a car ride for 3 hours talking about God and Jesus, about how He's changed everything. That we didn't clearly knew everything intimately about each other from in and out, you know, and then now God is moving in our lives in a different way, you know, like that you can't deny the level of intensity that brings to you.
Let's move to that location.
What we've done and what we're doing now. And I think that Father's Day, I think it's in everybody. The spirit of it is there. And one of the other things, aside from what the first question was asked when I came on, is the other thing that I really took away from the command, because we all see it. We all want it. That is just a fact. Christ had to his disciples
Head home at the Eastern Station. Go to that location. location. Raiders, arc on screen. 5 minutes.
Because if we do it ourselves, forget it. And I left that command with all those symbols and all those things around me and such good men. But I left saying to myself one thing. I said, I cannot imagine what we could have accomplished if we were opening up scripture and had faith as our number one thing every day. I cannot imagine. I pray for it every day for those guys. I really do. Because what they would be able to change and affect putting God first in their lives and not just making it. In some ways, living out in the squadron was probably one of the most secular things I've ever done in my entire life because of the nature of what we did. It's very cause and effect. It's very like, I can do this and I can make an effect on that. And it's very easy to ignore the Spirit of God moving in our lives. It's very easy to be like, oh, I did that. I affected all these things. And I pray for these guys to be able to come together in unity under that. I think that a lot of guys did gravitate towards gold that had that sentiment, but I don't really think that they even still to this day. I think there might be a couple of guys at the command that are faithful. I think there's a lot that's missing there. That's kind of across the board, but something that I really took away and what God allowed me to understand from it.
Do you think that diminished over time? I mean, I don't want to mention a whole lot of names because I don't know what everybody's doing these days, but you, Eddie, Adam Brown are the three that I'll mention. Adam had very strong faith from the moment I met him. We didn't know each other very well back then, but it sounds like you did as well. Eddie found it later. I mean, did that diminish over time?
Well, I certainly didn't have the level of faith that I have now. In fact, like I said, God was ops that I've ever had. Like, I literally felt God's protection with me on those ops. I think I heard Eddie say something very similar. Mm-hmm. And that was an absolute true statement. But my faith was not anywhere near. Like, I was like, okay, God, I know you're there. And when things would get tough, I would certainly pray. But it wasn't like I was disciplined with my faith at all.
Let's move to that location.
I think definitely being in teams, definitely living military plus. We don't even look at teams and make it sound like they're all bad, because that's not the case. Every one of these instances, you're going to feel like plus. The military, law enforcement, all the saying before, in the world wars, most every guy that was going on target or going over in war had a apart. And that's since just going away. Oh, you don't need that. That's not really about that. That's just something that, you know, people used to talk about. Oh, that's traditional, you know, and it's fading. You know, so I think that the world just whispering those lies in our ears constantly about that we're seeing the most elite men in the world are left in faith. You know? And again, that's just the nature of what's happening in the culture.
I mean, it's the Crusader, right? Crazy.
I have a
Crazy.
lot of problems about why they exist. Like, if you give people no idea, you know, typically when you bring that word up, it has a emotional reaction. So and helping. The Knights Templar, the most elite of the Knights at that time,
Let's go to that
literally
location.
raised, you know, to let people go pilgrimage to the Holy Land so that they could pray and worship to God. Because they were being ambushed, robbed, killed, and stopped, just like today. Same things going on today, it's no different. And so those guys, they had extreme faith in Christ and the places that they were protecting. And it's something that people understand now. Just like any other military, all the other wars that got created, there were some things that happened that were good. People were being more power. All of those things. That the knights that were there to help the innocent and to help those that can't help themselves were dismantled and unjust. Completely on purpose. The Knights became very, very powerful. The Templar.
Yes. Let's go to that location. Over here. Let's go to the Santa Maria houses. Go to the Santa Maria houses. Let's go to the Santa Maria houses. Let's move to that location. Thanks. Go to the red tower.
is that's supposed to be over here? It's like a missing battery. I don't know. It's supposed to be part of the mission. You gotta look or something.
Mafioso apartments. Down there. An arc orbiter is en route. The safe window is closing. You have 10 minutes to return to Speranza. I repeat, 10 minutes. There. Appreciated.
Hey, can you hear me? Nice, it's working, man. I couldn't get my headset to. I do appreciate your help, man. Yeah, I'd say you gave me a lot too. I need to start bringing some from now on. It does help.
There.
Holy shit, man. It's crazy you know all these. Nice.
Let's head home at the southern station.
Yeah, it's a lot, man. I'm down. I'll extract with you if you want to leave. I'm still kind of new to the game. I've been grinding it in the past. Hell yeah. Is the anvil what you usually use? That shit is pretty tough, man. I like it too. Honestly, the only reason I'm using this light machine gun, this is like the only one I have. I'm still pretty short on blueprints, man. You have helped me a lot already, though. Yeah, I think so, actually.
All Raiders, we have Ark on screen. 5 minutes left. Go find a way home. I repeat, 5 minutes.
What'd you say, my bad? Oh yeah, cool deal. Oh yeah, probably.
Had a lot of money. more than a lot of the kings of the time. And Philip Fair ended up borrowing a tremendous amount of money from the Templars because of their wealth. So he single-handedly tore them down under bribes and torture and putting people in places. He even had an influence on the Pope that came in to get his decision to be able to tear those guys down. And so all I'll say about that, there's a lot of nuances to that. There's a lot of history, a lot of theology, things that we would have to go a lot deeper into. It's things that I'm still learning myself. But my point is that the Knights Templar were dismantled and taken out of the church. And so the warrior that existed to stand for those that wanted to go worship and be a part and a pillar of the church were taken away. And ever since that's happened, we've had a weakening of warriors and men and faithful warriors for Christ inside of the church. And it's just transcended throughout time. That's why I believe that we're feeling this sense of, in our modern culture today, we see these men raising up. We see these men strengthening in their faith. We see these men orienting toward their lives in right order and relationship with God and Christ, because they realize, oh, this is what my actual calling is. And I've been letting the culture lie to me and manipulate my whole life and idea of who I'm supposed to be as a man, away from being that pillar, you know? So anyway, that's a deeper
I've
conversation.
never heard it put together like that. That's fascinating. How did you put that together?
Constant studies and research. I research Templars often. I look at theology often. I deep dive into documents of church fathers and, you know, the Crusades, and I read as much as I possibly can, you know, and when I gravitate towards anything, that is what God's asking me to continue to learn more about. And I'm like fascinated by it, because if we don't know, it's a Bob Marley quote, right? If we don't know where we're coming from, we can't know where we're going.
Great quote. I've actually not heard that one. Let's move. We're going to continue this conversation intermittently, but let's move into. So you show up to Gold Team, and how long are you there before your deployment?
Oh man, that's another great question. It couldn't have been any more than 5 or 6 months. So, you know, hard and fast training workup and doing all these, you know, specialty schools. I want to say it happened pretty quickly, you know.
What kind of schools?
Just a lot more of the surreptitious type stuff that I really enjoy. Also, things just became more focused. Like I said, the magnet that happens of the people that are best in the world that kind of gravitate towards that lifestyle. You know, what's the precision level of combatives that I can get? What's the precision level of blade work? What's the precision level of surveillance? What is the precision level of surreptitious entry? What's the precision level of skydiving? You know, so it's like all these different elements of what we want to be really good at. And I gravitated towards 3 things really throughout my time there. And the beautiful part about that place is that when, like I said, if you want to fix the problem, if you see something that's a gap and needs to be improved, you're the one. And so I leaned very heavily into research and development. You know, I was the R&D rep for my squadron for as much as until I left. Heath Robinson, which is actually on the Hilo in Extortion 17, he actually handed that job to me. I remember when he did it, we were out in Marana, and he was just like, hey, dude, I need you to take this job. Or do you want this? Because he saw that I geeked out with gear. That's a whole other story. But R&D rep, combatives in hand-to-hand, and sniper. Like, those are the 3 things that I was like, that's who I am. I got to get really, really, really good at all 3 of those things.
So do you have the freedom to gravitate towards what's pulling your interest?
Absolutely.
They don't mandate it.
No, because if you think about even a successful business today, the best thing that we can do as leaders is really allow the individual to flourish where they are best and what they love to do and what they will do with nobody paying them a cent. That's where we want everybody, right? That's the whole goal of our lives, to get to that point. And the beautiful thing about being there was such high-level thinkers and such tenacious guys that have so much drive is that they gravitate towards those things naturally. I think there's very rare instances where you're like, oh man, we got a little bit of a gap here. I'll use breaching as an example, which is one that never comes up, but I'm just using it so it's clear. You know, if you watched Eddie's interview and you know that, you know, breaching is something that, you know, he did really well, is that we had a gap there. Well, then we would have to have the hard conversation like, hey guys, we need this amount of qualification going into this situation. We need a breacher, you know, but it doesn't happen like that because it naturally occurs. You know, you naturally feel out things that, you know, you're supposed to be doing. And that's how the squadrons are built. That's how the things come together, because you see all these guys have specialty skills. They're not going to put you over there if your skills are really going to be good over here. You know, good leaders are going to identify weaknesses. If the breaching is low over here, well, then the best breacher coming out is going to go there. You know, we're going to kind of put the teams together so they're all ready and stacked in a well-rounded manner. But individually, you know, you kind of have these are the things that are non-negotiable. Like, what's non-negotiable at Vigilance Elite? Like, you got to be driven. You got to love what you do. You got to want to be here, right? Well, everybody knows that. And so that's kind of the start of like how the qualifications occur. Everybody needs to know how to skydive. Everybody needs to know how to shoot. We should all know how to fight, but that's a battle that, you know, I had and we understand. But all these kind of baseline things is like, there's your base. We're all going to do those things. We're all going to have the way we think about those, and we're going to apply them. Well, as you start to go to secondary and tertiary levels of training, then you can kind of start being more specific and specialized, where we get to the end, everybody's covered. Well, what's left? Well, Dom's going to go pick a course that I can go do, you know, combatives and Thai boxing and blade work and, you know, room clearing. And I'm going to pick what I really want to do. It doesn't always work that way, but it tends to fire the guys up in a way where it lets them get really good at what they do. See, they've been able to do it the whole time, but now they put the icing on the cake with like solidifying, you know, you were a really good jump master and you did really good with tandems, you know, jumping out with dogs, but now you're going to tweak that a little bit and you're going to become a really good skydiver because of these techniques that you're going to work on with dropping out of the air with all kinds of stuff strapped to you, you know, just as an example. But
Yeah. Yep. Let's, at the risk, I know this is probably, it could potentially be a very sensitive subject, but R&D, what all did that entail? How as elaborate as you can?
yeah, the best way to describe the research and development aspect of what I did was from head to toe. You look at a guy from strobe light to shoelaces, every piece of equipment and gear that somebody is using, we have to trust with our lives. Weapon systems included, armor included into that. So the full combat system is what's really included in the idea of how do we stay on the most cutting edge of development of using the best gear in the world. And that takes a very, very, very large amount of effort in staying out ahead of the curve of what everybody's making. That's why for me, I geeked out. You know, I already had that entrepreneurial sense, but it wasn't just like government stuff that you're doing. You're literally the best R&D stuff that you're ever going to do, or going to work with the guys that are so good at what they have going on from a commercial standpoint. You know, here's a tent maker that makes this seam specifically the way they mold it and how something comes together from a frame portion. They do it better than anybody else in the world because they develop the process. Okay, well, how do we develop that process into a waterproof bag that we could utilize for something that we need in a specific mission set? You know, so like it wasn't beholden to this kind of box. It was like, there is the funding and the resources that you need. Now go find the best thing in the world. And I love doing that. I mean, the best comment that I've ever seen on social media is like, that guy's like Batman. Give him enough money to be like Batman, and he'll go like make a bunch of stuff. And I would like be locked in my basement, like making all kinds of stuff. But that's what it was for me, was utilizing the resources we had. Also, the biggest part of that job was listening to the guys' feedback. And as good as I got with knowing how guys were going to utilize the gear, what they really needed, and I did. I mean, I literally almost knew how they were going to use it better than they were, because that's how intimate I was with the process. But I still had to shut my mouth, because I would still learn things along the way. Like, oh yeah, it's a good point. I didn't think of that. If we put the strobe here, as opposed to like over here, it's going to do this because the bad guy's going to be over here and he might see this or don't see that. I've totally pulled that out of my butt, but you know what I'm saying, is that I want to hear the feedback so I don't shut myself off from anything that I might miss, so that I collaborate all of that input and I take it to what I'm going to build. Now I take it to what gear, weapon systems, and things that we utilize, and then you're responsible for running that project to ground with the help of whatever resources that you need.
Is there anything that you can talk about that you developed that you're one of your favorite things?
It's interesting to look at the guy from head to toe right now. Aside from the weapon system, everything that's still out there, I had a small part in giving feedback on, even right now, like the carriers that we're currently using, helmets that we're using. There's like little flares on the nods mount that I input and told them to move away to change the angle on. Comm systems, the in-ear comm systems that you could have ambient hearing. I was adamant about changing those. And I was the one that spearheaded a lot of that through all the different, like I worked with Silinx. I worked with Atlantic Signal. I worked with Thales, all these other companies to be able to bring this stuff and really test it out and be like, that sucks, change this. Lots of money spent on trying to get that to be right. And that's one thing that I was passionate about, was making sure that we had good hearing, because I knew how important it was on target. It's like some guys were just shoving foam in their ears. I'm like, what are you doing? You can't hear anything. Now you're blocking yourself out. I know we're getting ready to go shoot, but at the same time, you still need that awareness, because if you take that away, then we lack awareness. That was one thing that I really, really appreciated. Worked with Cry on a lot of the carrier systems, the evolutions over time. Ops Corps, worked with them. A lot of the uniform stuff, worked with them.
Any tech type stuff?
Not really on the tech side. I would say comms is the most technical that I got. A lot of the widgets, cameras, all that stuff, like that was more, I appreciated what it was, but I was more like gear centric, like hard goods, like, EDC and the hard goods that you can use every day. That was what I was passionate about.
Just curious. When it comes to the combatives, I mean, it's, from my perspective in your business today, that's the bread and butter of Dynamis and fuels all of your businesses. What was the combatives process like when you showed up, and how did you develop it? And is it still like that today?
Well, it was the finding the gap that existed, and really it frustrated me, because we have a lot of this, and I'm not taking any away from these three disciplines, but wrestling or judo, Thai boxing, and jiu-jitsu, those three are giving you really good leaps and bounds on what you can accomplish. The problem that I saw was that as good as those are, and those will actually make a good fighter better, and they'll actually make a combatives guy better at everything that he does and never stop doing them, but they weren't combining the reality of what we were having to face. Well, I was going on target, and I'm like, this is not useful. Like, you're telling me how to do this takedown this way, but I'm not going to apply that in a reality situation. So when I started to seek guys that do combatives really well, and my first real experience with like a true combatives instructor was Kelly McCann, and he is in Fredericksburg. And my eyes started to get opened on like actually applying the combatives mindset, where it's like you have multiple opponents, we're in unknown environments, there's hard surfaces, there's weapons, there's all kinds of variables that you cannot control. You're not in a controlled environment. There's no referee and there's no consent. There's all these things that change a martial arts environment to a combatives environment. And so with those elements missing, I knew that we were burning bad reps. And I also experienced this multiple times because you go into jiu-jitsu classes and they always tell you, oh, relax, you're going too hard. You got to calm down and close your eyes and feel this thing out. And while those are good, I'm not taking anything away from it. You can't tell a guy that's getting ready to go in and fight for his life that he should be closing his eyes and relaxing because he's going to get his butt kicked. And it was that type of stuff where in no situation in combatives where my life is on the line am I going to, there's no absolutes here, but I'm not going to close my eyes and try to relax. It's an explosive, end the fight, it's me or you now movement through all of it until it's done and this area is secure. And so I wanted to develop something that was consistently burning good reps in their mind. Everything that you do matters. The second you walk onto the mat, this is real life. You have your blade on you, you have your firearm on you, you have everything as if you were going to fight. Now we're going to train these disciplines and these principles. So it was me developing that on my own, of recognizing the reality of that, and also going against a lot of the political nature that existed. There's still to this day some really good relationships at that level and at the command, and I'm not taking anything away from those guys, but it's important that we apply it in the sense of we take what you're really good at, the jiu-jitsu that you're good at, and apply it in a reality-based scenario. And that's where I started to open my mind on what scenarios are we doing? How are we applying the combatives? Tony Blauer, Kelly McCann, a lot of the guys that were really pioneering the scenario training. Sayok's great at it too. And so I recognized very quickly that we needed to improve. I was actually, the first time we improved our combatives facility, I was like so stoked to be a part of that. We were drawing up plans and I was drawing up mat areas and where to put the ring. And we developed a really cool combatives area that really had never existed before. And so that was kind of the spark. And then today where they are is like light years from where it started, but in a good way. I still don't think that everybody takes it as seriously as they should, but they are getting the best training in the world.
Yeah. What else did you incorporate other than, hand to hand, obviously blade work? Is there any other kind of maybe non-traditional combatives that you brought to the table?
Combative pistol. Combative pistol is something that, again, you get all the YouTube junk out there. There's a lot of garbage on what you watch on YouTube. You got to be careful about burning bad reps, but combative pistol, from the standpoint of using your pistol and your blade in a combative way, is unique in its own. Because one of the comments that like burns me a little bit is like, oh, well, I see a guy that's tough or fights, that's why I carry a gun. I'm like, I'm telling you right now, you're not going to use that thing if I can grab you. If I get a hold of you, you're not touching your gun. And people don't think like that. And so it's combining this whole spectrum of a warrior together at a holistic level that we must understand and apply. And that's why I wanted to be the best in the world of that. I wanted to build a team around understanding that, dissecting it, applying it, proving it, and acting that out on a daily basis. And so we could find new things, we could push limits and see those things. But it really is that spectrum of, mind, hands, blade, pistol, rifle, sniper rifle, right? There's this continuum that we have to work in and out of. I could be here to here, or I could be here to here, and I need to be able to go back. And I think that anybody that calls themselves a first responder or a warrior or lives this lifestyle should embrace their responsibility and duty to know how to do. And that's a lot of what we're dealing with law enforcement or anybody else for that matter that has to go hands-on. You should be so confident in those skills that you're not thinking about that this might be an issue. You can have a blade or a gun in your hand right now. Like, I don't care. Like, that really doesn't bother me. Like, as long as I'm within arm's length reach, we're going to be able to work through that scenario. I'm going to be able to mitigate the threat. Okay. So even like a kid or somebody that's drunk, it's like, okay, this I'm not going to get complacent, but there's ways around just pulling the trigger. Mm-hmm. I can work through that and de-escalate. Situational awareness. If we can't see it coming, then we're not going to be able to avoid it. And then de-escalation and avoidance, right? We all have something to lose. We should be able to de-escalate and avoid at all costs. And so I'm saying these things on top of the combative mindset because they are really important. If I just talk about combatives, people can get really lost in the sauce of like, oh, that sounds really violent. I'm like, yeah, I understand the level of violence so I can avoid it. I understand a level of violence so I can de-escalate it. I understand a level of violence so I can get to the hand-to-hand combat and take the guy's gun and blade away from him, save his life and mine, and then have a conversation with him after. You know what I mean?
I do.
You have to be able to understand that level. It's like, I think it's Jordan Peterson's quote maybe, that's, you know, a man that's capable of violence. You know, a good man is on a peaceful man, but a good man is one that's capable of extreme violence, something to that effect. But I understand the nature of it, because there's a truth to it. It's that how can we create peace if we don't have the level to understand the violence that's needed for the peace? Maybe we never use it. Hopefully we don't. But bad things exist. Threats are real, and evil is very real. And so it's like, if I avoid and I don't confront that reality, well, now I'm a bad person. I'm actually lazy and wicked because I don't do anything about the wrong in the world, you know, or prepare for it anyway.
Have you ever had to utilize any of the systems that you've developed as far as hand-to-hand in combat?
100%. Yeah, multiple times.
Can you give us a scenario?
There was one on a rooftop where I had my gun out and I got wrapped up pretty tight, you know, from like, you know, coming around the corner and basically being like bear hugged and being on the roof and not wanting to go tumble off because there's no ledge. I just put my blade to work. And, you know, that's one scenario. There's one where I was
Just blade, no pistol.
no pistol. There was one where I was on a rooftop and I had my gun aside because I was trying to cuff the dude, and he was fighting for his life, swinging at me, and I had all my gear on. So a lot of the cuffing techniques that I learned through Gustavo actually came into fruition, where, you know, I was able to cross arm him, roll him over. His wife sitting next to me, you know, smacking me in the head, yelling at me. I mean, she wasn't like being super aggressive. It wasn't anything that concerned me, but was able to choke him out, put him to sleep very calmly, then put him in handcuffs. I mean, I have a long list.
Let's go back to the first one that you mentioned. If that's the first one that came to mind, then obviously you have a good memory of what happened. Can you elaborate on it?
Yeah, just the standpoint. And again, I don't want to be, you know, I don't know what the right word is, too graphic or whatever, but the one thing I'll say is that blades take longer to use than we think they do. You know, that's why we talk about timers and switches. When I started to utilize my blade in those scenarios where...
Can you explain timers and switches to the audience?
So timers are anything that's going to bleed you out, anything that hits a major artery. You know, when your fight response is kicked in, you're going to have different things in your body that essentially close down or not. I mean, sometimes somebody can get a femoral cut and it won't even bleed because your adrenaline's pumping and it retracts. So it's always kind of an unknown. But the loss of blood essentially is a timer, you know, and again, just emphasizing the scenarios of these, of why I applied different things, was the context of the situation, the accessibility of these things. You know, if I'm wrapped up here and I can't utilize my gun, and the closest thing I have from falling off the roof is to be able to pull my blade out and get it to work, that's something that's going to mitigate me going off the roof or anybody else. And now at that point, I'm looking to end the fight, mitigate the fight, de-escalate this and move on to another part. I mean, this is on the beginning of the assault. This is me right when I got on the roof.
Head home at the southern station. Let's go to that location. Go to that location. An arc orbiter is en route. The safe window is closing. You have 10 minutes to return to Speranza. I repeat, 10 minutes. Let's move to that location. Let's go to that location. at the southern station. Go to that location. area houses.
No, I don't think that's a trial anymore. Yeah, the new trial.
Let's head home at the northern station.
There's a carrier. I swear I haven't even attempted that one yet.
Yeah.
I have the right reference, but I got like 10,000 dollars.
And so a sweet, and I got to spar with him. And the first time I sparred with him, I got a week of being on deployment. popping right in the nose, like blood everywhere. Like, as soon as I got in the ring, I thought, hey, this is how fighting looks at this level. You know, these guys take us seriously. So it forced me to be accountable to be like, I gotta get after it. And that's kind of why I took combative so seriously, is I had a great mentor. I had somebody that really cared about being the best they could be with hands-on stuff. And every situation was kind of like that. You know, you walk into this environment, and you would get punched in the nose, and start bleeding, realizing that this is real. I gotta step up. Like, everything forces you to level up when you're around that type of precision and excellence. And I think that's what the special kind of showed me. This is what you should expect. This and more. That's what surrounded that. There was some specialty stuff, but the majority of it was lining up to go hit target, capture, kill. That was the name of the game. You know, I always said capture in my brain because I'm thinking I might have to kill you, and then if you don't need me to, then I'm going to capture you. So that was the thread throughout the entire time. That was always on the table, and understanding, you know, what's the threat going to be. Scariest environment imaginable is always what we laugh and joke about, you know, about going out the door. Like, it's going to be the scariest and worst thing possible. That's what you visualize. That way I'm up here ready for it, and then when you confront it and actually in reality, it's not a bad thing. And you do that on top. It's like swimming 2 acts before you go. You swim every day. So I think that I carried that idea all the way through. But process it through the awareness. Yeah, no, I will for sure. It definitely changed my life. Lewis specifically. Just giving that somebody. Where he needed to go with Alpha and Bravo, and then Eddie got picked up and was a bridger. So I was on the outside window before the tip that he would be. But we got pulled in there. CXL specifically up there. And then they were on the edge. So there was a little bit of back and forth for a while. And I guess I think somebody tossed their flag. Chance to get off because if they knew, I mean, that's my house.
Let's move to that location. Go to that location. Go to that location. Let's move to that location. It's down there. Head home at the southern station. An arc orbiter is en route. The safe window is closing. 10 minutes to get out of there. I repeat, 10 minutes.
Was that? You gotta come up to that second floor window. And then you jump over. Oh, there you go. What are you looking for?
go to that location. Let's go to the Grandioso apartments. Let's move to that location. All Raiders, Ark on screen. 5 minutes left. Go find your way home. I repeat. Head home at the southern station. Go to that location.
You need that? I know.
If you're looking to chat, Apollo is more than happy. I wish Apollo would spend less time tinkering with explosives and more time figuring out a way to plow the soil. Thanks.
And eventually we're able to get him out. And we were just doing the assessment on him. The doc was on him. And we were trying to just do everything we could to, you know, give him all the support we possibly could in that scenario.
Jimmy, pick up the pace. Morpheus is out. 2-4.
I'm good. I'm really up to the yeah, Alright, I'm gonna leave off for that. Praise God.
going on, buddy? No. Where'd you go? I literally just found the hay window shit happened. You know, late. Really just came to kick it. Kill the bombardier. For real. I don't hear it. No. I was really just trying to get some shit to craft. I know it's got like the mechanical gun parts and art cores and shit like that. Oh, dude, no. You're good, man. Oh, no, you're good. Like I said, I'm already like max level on the workbenches and stuff, so it's mainly just make guns and shields and shit like that. Nothing too impressive. I already finished the quests and stuff too. Really just come to loot.
An ARC orbiter is en route. The safe window is closing. You have 10 minutes to return to Speranza. I repeat, 10 minutes. Go to the Santa Maria houses. church entrance. Let's head home at the southern station.
Raider. If only my radars could track what the lot of you are up to. Hope that helps. Make it quick. Smart.
My next patient arrives.
Closing rails, reroutes, go northwest, business charges.
Go to that location.
Fuck you.
Hello.
Forklift, make room to freeze hot, closing the rail.
Let's go to that location.
ARC motion cores. I don't know the advanced things there. Thanks, yeah.
Alright, man. Goodbye, guys. Brother.
Over here. Head home at the southern station.
What up, what up?
Request received.
Pull the chargers. Back to 4, to 3, no half break. You're up.
There you go.
Here.
Oh, we got a pretty good spawn.
Let's move to that location.
Wait, okay. Oh. Alright, here. Take the wolf axe. They're gonna roll down this. Okay. And, yeah. Wait, hold on, yeah. Take, yeah. I'm missing one of those. I haven't hit a single shot. Watch out, it's gonna hit you. Go loot that thing. Got one on me. Somewhere behind you. Oh, it's on the roof. Did it? Yeah. Bet.
Over here.
Thank you. Any pieces left? I think that's it, huh? Alright. We can check the gun cases and stuff if you want. Bet. Wait, your key is over here.
Go to the Grandioso
We'll
apartment.
do that after. Yeah. You got it in the safe bucket or what? Okay. Do this breach. See what's in here. Some rubber. Somebody's smoking. I don't think that sounds too friendly. Got another wolf bag. I got a vendor for you. You good? Sure. Where's it at? Oh, there it is. Do you need that? Yeah, you're right. We could take it there. Oh, come down here. It's alright, brother. Go zip, go zip. I thought so too. Nice. Yeah. Yeah. What is he shooting?
Go to that metro.
Type beat. No. What'd you do? Did you try to go up zipline and they killed you?
Let's go to that
Western as
metro.
well. I'm gonna go to that one. See if there's a gun case over here. Did you leave the lobby? No gun case. I thought it was guaranteed. Could be some lower in here. Oop. The blaze grenades recycle into oil too. Yeah. that. Alright. Last gun case spot. I'm dead. Wait, there's not one right there. I haven't seen it spawn over here. I'm wondering if it even does. I guess it'd be right here. Yeah. You can recycle them mid-rate, of course, but it doesn't give you as much. All right. What's up? You called me. It's up to you. I mean, we did just get shot, so I'm not even sure if we have him. Oh, alright. You want to do a loot run real quick? We can go buried with a keycard. Nah, just bring medium ammo. Yeah. Torrente and Venator. You want a couple Ospreys? Yeah. Let me see. It depends on if you want me to bring more things. Like, I have one in my inventory, like, right now, but if I'm trying to fill up everything. Okay. 243 out of 280. I'm trying to look at what you need. You don't need the Venator blueprint. Don't need Torrente or Osprey. Do you need Vertical Grip 3? Vertical Grip 3 blueprint? Okay, what about Trigger Nade? Okay. Okay. Jolt Mine? Okay, do you have Anvil? Okay. Let's see, what else can I bring you? Bring you a stack of defibs. Alright, you want me to trade out one of these Renegades for a Batina or no? Okay. Bet. You're bringing the hatch key? Okay, I need to put, I'll just put another Renegade in there. Oh, no, I can't put that in my safe pocket. What can I? Well, I need to bring something in my safe pocket. I'll bring you Trigger Nades. Alright. I am ready. We're gonna bury, right? Okay. drop the hatch key. Or, yeah, maybe that too, yeah. Well, I guess if I die, you'll need that. Can you carry the hatch key or not? Okay.
Let's head home at the collapsed door hatch.
Slide. What's your loadout? Like the mini. Stream, I want to see yeah, because I mean I think I've dropped you that almost in a raid. Yeah. I mean, I keep dropping my guns, so it's gonna get emptier and emptier. Wait, you only have 88 stash spots? Oh. Yeah, I have 22 Anvil 4s, and I already gave some away. Fours, by the way. Stella. Should I just buy these? 30k? No, I'm not doing that. Alright. I should bring some bandages, like some little ones. But I just got rid of all my fabric. Wait, hold up. I might be able to solve that. Maybe not. What is that gonna mean? 6? I don't think it's worth it. Alright. Bet. Bet.
We got something?
One stack of medium. you have like a quick use slot open? Not currently? Okay. Oh yeah, BFib. I need that. Bet. I need to get plastic so I can make more defibs. Yeah, I have the moss. C's? Yeah. Alright, fresh raid. Alright, your ammo.
Have your eyes adjusted to the dark yet, Raider?
Let's go see if there's a
Right
breach.
for the picking while most of Toledo is asleep. Though my suppliers say that ARC is twice as vigilant after sunset.
On me. We're shooting.
There.
These boys. You need a rusted gear, right? Yeah, I got one. He's a Stitcher 4. Yeah, I mean, we just rolled up on him and yeah. Where are we going now? I have another. You have a safe pocket open? Pick that up. Oh yeah, wait. Tagging here. Did you open it? Oh, did you close it? Oh, I got cracked. People on my left, I think. He's still on that bridge, or
Up there.
He's a nade. Bet. You hit me, what one? How many do they have? You good? Still one on top.
Got a door.
He's still top. He's behind that.
Up there.
Nice. Both. Tagged him. I don't know. We can't really cross, to be honest. He's throwing something. Right. You want me to drop you an anvil? Wait, close.
There.
He's on fire. He's definitely holding that.
Look, there.
Somebody's breaching something. Somebody's not. What do you think? No, there's a dude over here for sure. Alright. Alright, bet. Alright, I'm gonna check our right over here. Bet. Come here. Let's shut Shredder on accident. I'm checking it right. We can push from this side, maybe. Somebody just died. That could have been a fake, maybe. This always really lit up. It's hard to see. You wanna go this way? Green light off. Because of people camping this.
Over here.
We can breach it. Just watch our back. Yeah.
Over there.
Shorter's up top, I think. Yeah. Okay. The ball and the sentry turret thingy. You know what, you just shoot it. One more. I'm about to look and see if I see people. I don't. I'm about to shoot. Yeah, mixed radar hatches. You have no idea. Yeah. But you want to?
Let's go to the archives.
Like this way?
Down there.
You're right. Hit him. Heal up, heal up. Heal up, heal up. How'd I miss that? He's on this corner. That hit me? Throw a trigger. Throw a trigger and hit him.
Over there.
It's in the corner. You missed it. Is there another team? You got him up or what? GG's, boys. Good luck.
Nice help up. Nice for
GG's, man. GG. Might hear more people. Really? Yeah, they were. Yeah, they were chilling. Yeah, they had loot for sure. There's more bodies over here. One, at least. Look at that. Nothing? I think there's one more, right? Or no? So we're extracting? Wait, there's a body on top of this. Yeah, nothing. Four heavy bullets, just some shotgun.
Let's head home at the Sea Vault air shaft.
Let's go this way. Oh, you can. Oh, you can. Yeah, they did nerf it. I'm not sure if they nerfed it into the ground or not, but definitely nerfed it. Yeah, you gotta hit it just right. That's my first time even trying it. Wait, I think I hear people. I hear some looting or something. You hear that? It could be a bug. It happened on Buried City. We do gotta go down more than that. Yeah, I think so. Is it a bug? It sounds like a bug, yeah. Nobody's looting that one. Oh, I got hit. He's across the way. Hit him? Cracked him? I think I cracked him. Maybe I just hit him, I don't know. I'm trying to peek and give you a ping. I'm getting smacked. They're trying to exfil? Okay. Maybe we just jump in there with them. Jump in, jump in. Alright. Go up top. Shredder. Really? No, no, that's them. That's them. Did that see you? Wait, wait, wait. Over there. Hey, crack. Cracked in the corner. Sure. He's in the elevator. get his homie up. Look for it, look for it. He wasn't here.
Down there.
He's still there, he's still there. Cracked, or hit him, I think. Hit him? He's dead, he's dead. Do we loot or what? Do we get out? We got 7 seconds. Okay. I'm gonna stay out. Roll with you. Wait, it just closed. We gotta go to the fan now. Let's loot the bodies. Something's around. Wait, more people? Or is that you? Okay.
Up there.
Yeah, this dude did too. Wait. What am I hearing? Maybe, yeah. My anvil's almost broken. Yeah.
Head home at the Seed Vault air shaft.
That could have been the last people. I'm coming to you. I'm supposed to search this for the quest. First time I've seen one. Oh, I need that? Alright. Let me look at his body. Anything worth? Homie had some oil on him. Okay, I'm good. Wait, I'm over and covered. It's 3 pounds? What do I drop? No, I'm dropping something. Just in case. I don't need that looting Mark 3. I can make those. Yeah, it's broken. You'll have to repair it. Oh yeah, yeah. Some oil here. Oh, Aphelion blueprint. Holy crap. This place is fire. Holy. Is this a night raid? I got a bug. I'm bugged. Another anvil? Holy. I'll definitely be heavy after that. I have a lot. Maybe I don't pick it up. Yeah, I'm keeping those. There's an anvil in here if you want it. It's anvil 1. There's a key card. Really? No shot. No shot.
5 minutes left. Go find your way home. I would
Yeah. Put that in your safe pocket. Philion and a Tempest. That's like the rarest one in the game, I swear. Okay, let's get out of here. We gotta go to Fan. We've only got 4 minutes. Shredder. Whoa, people? No shot. My shield's broken. Oh, I almost died. You have another shield on you or what? No, I'm saying like an actual shield. Okay. Yeah. What's new? There's another shredder on your right when you come through the door. Another shredder. We're gonna take it out. Shoot at it. 3, 2, 1. Alright, let's go for it, maybe? No. You gotta shoot that thing. There's another one above us. Shoot it, shoot it. Almost died to that. Exactly, bro. There's another shredder. Find us. Please tell me there's nobody camping here. There's me, there's me.
Last warning. 2 minutes left. Head back into the unit. The window is closing.
Yeah. Here, you want this El Toro 4? We go drop it on the inside. Yeah. Just drop something else, like an Annabelle or something, whatever you don't want. A good trade. Get him out. What a run. Philion. Wait, you need a matriarch reactor to craft this thing. Really? And doesn't Cam already have it? Yeah, that run was insane. It was pretty good. Really? How many? 30? Yeah. Are we going Stella again? Okay. Yeah.
Door's always open for you.
Binoculars. Only one safe pocket on this thing? Do I do it? I don't think I do it. Safe pockets are goated. They were goated. But I can carry more weight with this, I think. 70. This one does. No, it doesn't. It doesn't carry more weight. You just lose. Okay. Who's making these calls? Alright, I'll be back in like 1 second. Yeah, I'll be back.
Married? Married?
Oh, you left? Hold on, I can't hear you. You still there? Hello? Gage? Oh, he said, hey, I'm thinking we'll get off for a little. We'll be on later. Bet that. Bet that. Now, what do I do? Some more gun runs, I guess. Night raid in 16 minutes. Let me set a timer. Minutes. Flow controller. No, I just sold the Magnetron. Search the papers. I'll do that later. I need metal parts. I need plastic. Me on each space. $40K to the dome piece.
There, not knowing exactly what the extent of the damage was. And at that point, you know, we it was almost like a blur after that, honestly. I know we got him on, you know, a stretcher, and we got him on the helo, and I'm praying that something
Let's go to the Arbusto Tower.
So he took off the field, and it was kind of like just continuous prayer now. We kind of unfussed everybody else, got everybody loaded up in vehicles, and it was just waiting for an update. You know, trying to get some type of clarity on what happened. I'd say that probably the toughest was, you know, being in there after the fact. It was kind of like a summer meeting, but not really, because, you know, we had to see the way where we can, everything we can to support all the guys that were, you know, having to be pushed to the hospital. But, you know, when we got word back that, you know, we didn't make it, I would say that I just went out and dropped the net. So, there's a lot of weight on you just to think about that. You know, it crushed Eddie, it crushed all of us. And then what didn't make it easy? Those were really tough few days after Mike and Nick just lost Lewis. A lot of tears shed, you know, around the fire, and just trying to reconcile with what happened, but also building up in yourself that this is why it's because there's bad guys out there who want to do bad things to people. Then we've got to be that shield. We've got to be willing to stand in the breach, and we all knew that. It's that confrontation thing, but it's also supporting each other in that moment. And eventually, I was, they told us and gave us the notification, but I didn't think it was, you know, I ended up getting on an Angel flight back. So it was smooth, man. So tough, that's fair. These experiences. But the one thing that I told him that was important to me was, because he loved the guy on this position. That was his one of the things to tell you. Like, he actually using it. we handle those paintings. That's near and dear to my heart. She was with Lewis when he passed away, and we keep great calms, and we always just, that's Jamie and I and other relationships and other people. And if anybody listening has lost anybody, God brings other people together through that loss. And I think that that's what we all have to have faith in. And that's the beauty of it as well. It's difficult to do it. So, she definitely has done that for me.
You commemorate your comrades in a very honorable way and continue to do so. I don't. Everybody pokes in their own way and relives the memories, but I've been, watching from a distance for a long time, and the way you commemorate Adam and honor Lewis and extortion, it's cumbersome, but I like seeing it. You do it with a lot of honor and a lot of respect, and it's just nice to see.
I definitely try. I really do, because it's their life, and you know, when I was going through that process after the fact, you know, when you see so many different people that are left behind, you're like, man, what needs to be filled in their lives? Or nothing will be, but ultimately, what are they missing and what do they need? And when you see young daughters and sons left behind and wives, you know, it hits you in a different way to be like, man, that's where a lot of like seeking all this of like, Lord, what is my why? Why are we here? You know, why this? Like, what's supposed to come of this? And I couldn't help but to hear that voice in my head and throughout the time of being at all those funerals, to be like, you've got to step up and honor their life with everything that you've got. Literally being willing to lay down your life to live in their shoes and honor them. And I did it as much as I possibly could. And I'll never forget, you know, when we were on a plane and we were coming back from one of the funerals of Extortion 17, and one of the widows that had lost somebody, I looked at and I said, this was actually another widow that was previous to Extortion, so it happened before. And so we were like, hey, listen, you know, we're always going to be here for you. And she was like, yeah, that's what everybody on the helo told me. And so the weight of that comment was like, are we really doing good enough?
2, 3, 4. Get in the house. Get out.
It will never, ever. There's no way we could ever repay or give back what we should be doing for the children that don't have these fathers, that raise their hand at an early age. But I think we need to try. And I certainly think we need to recognize comments like that. How does our culture, and I think we've done a good job, a lot of it's starting to step away with the generation.
Let's go to the Santa Maria houses.
Looking at our history and looking at our leadership over time, saying, hey, these were important moments of history. These are really important people that we need to recognize and memorialize because of their acts and their efforts. And we have to make sure that we have a duty and responsibility to that as citizens, was like, dude, how you love me? And we just laughed off. That was kind of the thing between us. And,
You are a little bit. Not getting much.
Head home at the northern station. go to that metro.
He just poured his heart out. I've gone to a couple of dinners with his wife and him, and he talked about his struggle. That was something that marks him. And now looking back at it, like, oh, well, of course Christ was a part of this. He talked about, there was instances I was like, hey Adam, we're going to the bar. He's like, dude, I got a ball game with my son I gotta go to, or he would be like, I'm doing something else with my children. And at the time, I'd be like, yeah, but brother, understand, this is important, like, let's go. And there was a sense of almost irritation, and I can't say that over it, like, I irritated, but
let's go to the Red Tower.
Right? Oh, I got this other thing to do.
Go to the Santa Maria houses.
Yeah, and we're a brotherhood. We stick together no matter what. And that, I think, is what we think. And because we don't stick to biblical principles, because we don't get in the Word every day, because we don't recognize the love of Christ in our life, we veer away from the truth. It kind of creeps in. But he had it. It was already there. It was already a spark. That was already in him. And so now the beauty of that now is going back. Is like, oh,
ARC orbiter is en route. The safe window is closing. You have 10 minutes to return to Speranza. I repeat, 10 minutes. Let's head home at the northern station.
I didn't get any more vengeful or upset or anything like that because I lost buddies. It was a very matter of fact. We chose to do this. We're here. It sucks. We all know the risk. It can happen anywhere else. There are evil guys and bad guys out there we need to continue to go get. You know, and it didn't. It did increase the weight of what we're doing each time. You know, and how much the risk was. So every time I think, man, I was investing in you, investing in you.
Let's move on to extortion. Biggest loss in SEAL team history ever.
Biggest loss in the war on terror. What do you think about it? To be learned. One thing I will say is that it impacted the culture too, because I was like, what is it to people to open their eyes? And in this instance, in some cases, I would say a lot of scenarios where people popped up out of the woodwork and like, well, I had no idea. Like what went on. That changed me. That changed the way I thought about it. And I think that at a certain level, everybody involved and everybody that kind of knew about the experience, they're kind of picked on a different way about what guys are doing and what they're doing. And Extortion 17 was very unique for me because of the fact that I was supposed to be on that plane and I was supposed to go over there with the crew. Now we were in different teams and that, I was in one. So wherever we would have been, but I would have been there. I stayed home because my mother just found out she had cancer. And so for me, in universe, like, not going on the phone, it makes no sense. It was like we would have done everything possible to stay with the guys. Together. Everything else was fine, no matter how bad it got. And so when my mom initially told me that, I'm like, oh, okay, well, gonna get treatment or whatever, and it's kind of like, I'm gonna be back. And then when I'm back, obviously we'll do whatever we need to do to help take care of you. And that was the mindset I was in initially. And this is important to explain just because of where I was personally, and maybe it helps somebody, you know, gain some perspective. That's why I talk about all this stuff. When I found out she was a nurse, and I was like, well, how serious is this? And she's like, yeah. And so the conversations got more serious and more serious. And then I started to have to really make the decision, like, am I going to deployment or not? Because I want to be able to help my mother if she really needs me. Of course, I want to be able to help her if I think that there's a possibility I'm not going to see her. So there was one time I asked her, and I kept asking her in different ways. She was a nurse. She was trying to, like, you know, dance around the issue. I said, Mom, are you going to be okay? And she looked at me and she's like, I don't know. And I'm like, okay, I know now that your father should be home with you, helping you, taking care of you. And you could kind of see she was starting to decline a little bit through that process. And it was fast. It was like, whoa, what is going on? I've never not deployed before. My mom's sick. So what do I do here? You know, what's the process that I do? And it's probably one of the most challenging things, at least that I've had to do, is look the guys in the eye and say, hey guys, I'm not going to deploy. Like, I think being home to take care of my mom is more important. I think because when you're at that level, it's hard to understand. I think it's gotten better now, but even still, when you're in that type of brotherhood, it's kind of like, oh, you're not coming with us? Okay. And who knows really how my mom is? I'm still trying to figure it out, you know? I think there was
discharge.
I'll never forget. And everybody else kind of, you know, turned a shoulder to me a little bit. And that's what happens sometimes in the teams, is that, you know, guys tend to be very cold about some of those decisions that are made just because you're the one staying back. And so it was a tough choice. And that as I started to help my mom, I started to realize very quickly that I made the right choice.
Let's go to the hospital.
To decline pretty fast. And so I was home, going back and forth between New England and Virginia, trying to spend as much time with her as I could. And then when she started to get really bad is when I started to be like, okay, I'm going to spend the majority of my time up there helping her, taking her visits, helping her at bedside, whatever I really needed to do to help my mom. And my brother stepped up too. My brother Brian was like huge help in that as well, as young as he was. And I want to say he was like 17 or 18 or something. So he was just, you know, figuring things out. I know he was living with my mother. And so we were both trying to do our best to figure this out. First time my son was ever having is ministering to her. And I knew in my heart that I should be doing everything that I can for her, because I'll never regret that. You know, I'll never regret trying to be there for her and support her all the way. And so I was at some point realizing that this was not but I still not there. So as soon as I got that information, I was literally at 4 o'clock.
Go to that location.
No, it was early in the morning. And so I drove in, like not even like in my brain, like just wanting to turn around, like, oh, this isn't real, like just this didn't really happen. And I was one of the only ones home from the boat. You know, I was one of the only guys. I think it was like the number be there. And the other guy was back. Because, well, I'll try to remember that in a second. He had to come back because his child was born. When I got there, and it was chaos. It was absolute chaos. As organized as a hero unit can be about the situation, it was chaos. And I felt like I was seen all my drug users. So I kind of felt like I had got the blessing, even though it was a very odd thing to do. Like I stayed back home for her. She's not doing great. I want to go overseas to help. And so I made a phone call overseas and said, hey, Rose, I'm coming. And I'm not going to schedule the same was there or whatever the case was. Like I tried my best to schedule it, but I made the phone call to go back. And so I've gone back. So I started packing my bags. I think I have my last bag now. And then I got a phone call and basically said, you know, you're not going to do this. So I jumped back on the plane and went back home. And then within about 48 hours of that, my mom passed away. But I got to be at least with her in that process. My brother was there, the family was there, being by her side. And then after that, and knowing that I would be there for her, you know, I was going through funeral after funeral after funeral. You know, my mom did basically every single funeral that possibly made sense. You know, I don't hope I missed anything because I might have missed one or two, but I was just on the phone all around. Like, it was so,
head home at the southern station.
So crazy to even contemplate how it was, but it was, I mean, I was just like, I was like, oh, God.
en route. The safe window is closing. 10 minutes to get out of there. I repeat, 10 minutes.
last second, including this guy that he killed. Yeah, 100%.
They just killing Leaper.
Or so.
Appreciate it. One for the road.
Very. After that, I was still home to help with all of the logistical stuff of, you know, what was what back home. You know, even having to move their gear and do stuff with their equipment and understanding, you know, how to reconcile all the stuff that was going on, and be there for the families and everything else. It was just a lot in a really, really short amount of time. And I think ultimately from all that, like why God has allowed me to experience those things is to understand that his graces and glory are abundant through all of the pain. All of it is used for the greater glory of his name. Like all of it. And so that's really what's drawing me back also in the midst of this, my faith. You know, me sitting there, you know, going to funerals, being in these churches, like asking myself, like, why? Like, why now? And then what am I supposed to do with this? You know, what are you asking me to do now that I've experienced this highest level of engagement with these brothers, and now that they're not here? You know, again and again and again and again, more times I feel like I can count sometimes. And then being able to move past that. And after that, man, I was like trying to just piece it all together. I told my brother, because he was living with my mom, you know, I care for my brother deeply. And I told him, I was like, dude, you're just gonna just move down with me, you know, to Virginia. So now I wanted to take care of my brother and make sure he was, you know, and do everything I could to make sure he was squared away and set up, because, you know, it was challenging growing up north. You know, it was like very, you're on edge all the time, you know, wondering if you're going to either end up in jail or run with the wrong crowd. So I wanted to pull him at least out of there, and I'm glad that happened. It's been very purposeful since then. But, you know, all those pieces kind of coming together towards the end, that's ultimately what led me to have all those things compile and sitting down with my family and my wife to be like, you know, do we want to keep pushing forward here? You know, of course, politics changed and all that, so that was a big push with kind of shifting gears, and that moment where I'm looking back at the door being like, I might not ever come back here again, you know? But a lot of details within that, but I think the overview of that experience changed me forever. It made me really understand the importance of honor.
Off the lids, discharge, launching a terror-based portable down, out of here.
And we're at the pinnacle and apex of who they were as human beings, and they get ripped from us, right? Doesn't no different from any other war or any other family. I'm just explaining if anybody that doesn't know or hasn't experienced it, you get these larger than life, impactful, everything you do beings that just get ripped out, and they're gone, you know. And I believe
your eyes adjusted to the dark yet, Raider? Loot is ripe for the picking while most of Toledo is asleep. Though my suppliers say that Ark is twice as vigilant after sunset.
That certainly was a push to be pleased. And don't think for a second that there's nothing in the detail here. I wasn't things every night, drinking myself to sleep every night, thinking about all the things that we think about. And, processing things and trying to come out of it. Process just kept pointing me back to God and God's absolute truth. And that's it. That's how I started, and that's how I understood what was going on. Is like, if I'm going to fulfill this, I have to sit say that we're honoring them is to live the best life that you can. And so that started becoming a question of what does that actually mean? I want to be there for their children. And oh my goodness, you want to talk about overwhelming. I get overwhelmed right now thinking about how many kids that I know that I knew their fathers. I don't have enough time to do it. Maybe there's a conversation about, how I'm able to make an impact, but the weight of that is so acute that it causes you to say to yourself, like, I'm living for these kids too. I gotta be a good example, I have to set the standard, I have to bring some sort of faith, peace to them. What is that actually? I have a family. In order for me to find what the truth is, starts with me, it starts with my family, it starts with my heart. How am I talking about those guys? How am I living out the light? Am I going to get the light to redirect towards them a little bit? I'm hard to find, and I don't allow that to happen through God's grace in whatever way it's happening. Being able to remove things that are true, and being able to have uncomfortable conversations with yourself or the people around you. And so that's really, you can't have those conversations and not be led to faith. You can't. I'm sorry. It doesn't work that way. It's not the way God intended it. As soon as you start asking the right questions, problems, challenges, and sin, you end up confronting yourself in the face. Like, we have to change, don't we? It's like, so those guys definitely recognize that myself. And you cannot experience that type of loss without asking a question. And my hope for everyone, for myself, is that we ask that question soon enough, because there's something waiting.
Go to the Arcadian Tower.
Extortion 17 was a big push.
at the northern station.
Part of improving your mental health is keeping your mind sharp. In order to keep your mind sharp, it needs balance, energy, focus, cognition, and just regeneration. That triggered me to go on a journey to find a supplement that supports brain health with the cleanest. Superfoods. I've partnered with them. Now I'm a partial owner, and I really believe in these products. Here's my favorite product. Performance Mushrooms by Laird Superfoods. Brain Fuel. Put this in your coffee, you can put it in your tea, you can drink it raw, you can mix it with their greens, you can do all kinds of stuff. Bottom line is, this is the best possible supplement with the cleanest ingredients, all sourced in the United States that supports brain health. And there's two other products that I'm a fan of. Laird Superfoods Creamer. Guess what? Contains functional mushroom extracts. Put this in your tea or coffee. And most of you know I'm not a caffeine or coffee drinker, but a lot of you are, and they just happen to have Laird Superfoods coffee, organic Peruvian coffee with, you guessed it, functional mushrooms that support and regenerate your brain. Go to LairdSuperfoods.com, use the promo code SRS, you'll get 20% off. Guys, this is the real deal. These are the finest of ingredients. Check it out, LairdSuperfoods.com, promo code SRS, 20% off. I want to give a big thank you out right now to all the Vigilance Elite patrons out there that are watching the show right now.